Yeah, Murray, got the world in a spin. Blades in my hand, got the world in a spin. Javon's knife flicks, let the show begin. Every move sharp like the edge I hold. Stories untold, sharper than gold. Flick life, twist life, every frame tight. Knives on the screen, cutting through the night. Subscribers piling up like stacks on stacks. Javon's in the zone, ain't no turning back. Clicks and views, yeah, they fly like sparks. Knives in the dark, carving out my mark. From ballad songs, flipping to the sickest tricks. Javon's knife flicks, where legends are lit. Every video's fresh like a polished blade. Precision and grind, that's how dreams get paid. Cutting through limits, breaking the streak. Javon on the rise, every fan's heartbeat. From tutorials fire to unboxings insane. Content so slick, you won't leave the lane. Blood, sweat, crisp, stealing every flick. And Javon's world sharp is the only pick. Flick life, twist life, every frame tight. Knives on the screen, cutting through the night. Subscribers piling up like stacks on stacks. Javon's in the zone, ain't no turning back. YouTube was good. It's your boy Javon.
This is Javon's Knife Flicks. 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 Every day carry for your viewing pleasure. We just having fun together. Haters try to say we weird, but we doing better. Knife community is all that matters. Welcome to the Knife live stream. Be yourself, say what's up, put the knives up. We on the stream, have a good time. Welcome to the Knife live stream. Be yourself, say what's up, put the knives up. We on the stream, have a good time. This is Javon's Knife Flicks. 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 This is Ju.
Play. Late night patty whack, give a dog a bone. Grab a snack, sit right back and never be alone. It's time for Insomniac, sit and spin. A knife live stream and a gathering of friends. Insomniac, sit and spin is about to start. So come on in and do your part. Javon's Knife Flicks is the channel you seek for new knife reviews and a show every week. Fight. Insomniac, night, patty whack, give a dog a bone. Grab a snack, sit right back and never be alone. It's time for Insomniac, sit and spin. A knife live stream and a gathering of friends. Insomniac, sit and spin is about to start. So come on in and do your part. Javon's Knife Flicks is the channel you seek for new knife reviews and a show every week. Fight. Insomniac night.
I'm a little bit, but are you high on cigarettes? And when that stuff runs out, you're gonna wanna make it. Are you high on cigarettes?
Let's watch Javon's weirdness and get high on cigarettes. Let's watch Javon's weirdness and get high on cigarettes. Let's watch Javon's weirdness and get high on cigarettes. Let's watch Javon's weirdness and get high on cigarettes. Do you know that you're right or wrong? 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 He don't smoke 'em, but he loves it when you do. That's why he's higher on cigarettes. And if you find him, you should light him up a few. He's getting higher on cigarettes. Let's watch Juvon's witness and get high on cigarettes. Let's watch Juvon's witness and get high on cigarettes. Let's watch Juvon's witness and get high on cigarettes. Let's watch Juvon's witness and get high on cigarettes. Do you know that you're right or wrong? Do you know that you're right or wrong? Do you know that you're right or wrong?
Yo quiero Taco Bell.
As a matter of fact, I do want some. What is up, guys? Happy Tuesday. Happy Insomniac Sit and Spin. Hope everybody's having a fantastic week as we roll into the first week of October, starting tomorrow. We got Brother Marco in the house. What's up, Marco? Ed Harrison, channel member. What is up? Brother Richard Hopkins, who's closer than just right there. We got Mr. Ed is in the house. Paul Mills is in the house and a channel member, as is Richard. Richard's also a channel member. Who else we got in here early? I hope everybody is doing absolutely wonderful. Hope y'all have been like blessed with killer knives. You have not cut yourself, and you've been watching some good knife content. I watched an interesting video from Edge Mindset. I was going to talk about it a little bit tonight at some point. I was going to wait for a while till maybe we get a few more people, but it was very kind of, enlightening. It was, I thought it was a good video. I agreed with him. He had points. It was called, let me just show it to you. We won't play it, but let me just show you what I'm talking about. Bear with me. I've watched this guy's videos before. He likes Striders. He likes a lot of American knives, a lot of older knives. But the video in question that I thought was so good is this one right here. Oh. Back so you can see the thumbnail. And now I'm going to share the thumbnail in case any of y'all want to get ahead so that you might have some of your own thoughts. Because that's what we do here, right? We talk about stuff, we debate stuff, and we leave out the hate. So this is Edgy's page. And the second one to the right, the one that he released yesterday, had a very interesting title, and it's got interesting content. It says, is YouTube helping or hurting the knife world? And of course it's helping, but he makes some interesting points. I'm just going to copy this link. And I'm going to drop it in the chat. And if any of y'all are interested in what Edge Mindset has to say, we might talk about that in a little bit. Because again, it was good, and we can go through and watch some of it as we talk about it, because the points he makes are kind of in the middle. He just is talking about how things have changed from when you used to not have as many choices. Now you got a lot more choices, but it's really the last 3 or 4 minutes where he kind of sums it all up and it kind of comes into focus that, you know, there's a huge advantage to bringing new knife people into the community. And a lot of these lower price knives are how that happens, right? I know when I started collecting knives, I was collecting budget knives exclusively. I was not buying any finer knives. And, you know, I've a recovering addict. So I've kind of quickly fell into more expensive. My tolerance for knives went up. We'll call it that. But you know, just love them, but think they're places for everything except a clone. I don't have any real. Don't see any value in a clone knife or a copied knife necessarily. I know how some people can. I'm not is head in the clouds to not see how people would not say, well, of course I'm going to try that. I just don't think that they think about the ramifications, or they're not as concerned with the overall health of, you know, knife companies. And a lot of people say clones don't affect knife companies. I've been one of those people, but I think you can go without saying that if nothing else, it could cheapen somebody's brand or bring some of their value down. But what is, I'm going to show y'all what I carry today because it's different. My folder's not different. My folder is the TRM Neutron frame lock, one of my sliciest, favoriteest knives. And then I had a guy reach out to me, 3 Feather, not 3 Feathers, 3 Feather Leatherworks. And he makes sheaths like a lot of our buddies do. And he wanted to know if I wanted to check out a sheath. He said I didn't have to make any video. He just wanted feedback. And what he'd done is he'd made his first batch of sheaths to several different knives and asked me if I had any of the knives that he currently had sheaths for, which I did, which is this Kaiser harpoon. But he makes these pocket dropper. If you go to his page, and I'll put it up in a second, you'll see that he makes all different styles of sheaths, all different colors. And the colors are more, I'm not going to say flamboyant because that's the wrong word, but they're more psychedelic than 1931 Leatherworks or than Master Joda's. But let me just show you his stuff because I was not expecting to be that impressed. And I've got to ask him why it's 3 Feather, not 3 Feathers, and it may have something to do with the tribe. I don't know. Feather. All right, it's called 3 Feather EDC. It is right here, and then I want to find out what you guys are carrying. But first, I want to show you his stuff. But he does, you know, more muted colors too. And he can make them for anything. But he also is one of those that keeps several different knives. And most of them are Kaisers, sizes that are templated so he can make them. He says mini harpoons are really popular for him. But he's not a new maker, but he's kind of new in trying to market and seeing, you know, what the knife community thinks about his stuff. So here's his Instagram. Other thing I'm going to share with you, because he's got more pictures, is his website. That's not where I wanted to go. That was a fail. I wanted to go up here to go. Sorry, guys. I know I'm losing y'all. 3 Feathers. Singular. EDC. ED. All right. So I'm also going to drop his website in there so you can see more pictures and more stuff. I guess he did that before his Instagram. Chef Shitotis, welcome, brother. Good to see you, man. I've got a sheath of yours here that's waiting for the rest of its. Yeah, I got the cops raided. I actually was feeling squirrely. Richard didn't see me reach for the phone, but I knew that Carl was resting out in the RV, and I called in a full. Well, I swatted her. They showed up like 4 deep, but they didn't have. They had flashlights drawn, but that was still an unsettling deal. Not yet. That's what I'm waiting for, Cheeto. Your knife is at Brother Coonley's, and Shane will be on here in a second, I think, and he can give better clarity to that. But I think it's at Kyle's. It'll come back to me. I will stick it in the sheath, take a couple of pictures of it, and send it to you that same day. To be honest with you, what color is your knife? Because I'm not even sure if I've seen your knife. I don't have a fret. I've had 2 frets come through my hands, and Richard's got his fret here that I'm going to make some shorts out of. So I've seen 3 frets, but I'm not sure which one is yours. Of course, dude, you don't want my autograph on it. It's going to have a pretty handle. I can't remember if is it blue and white, Cheeto? Does that sound right? That it could be blue and white? I can't remember. He's been grinding though, but if you look at let me show you a couple of these sheaths. I mean, they're just interesting leather. About $85. I don't know how that compares. I know they're more expensive than Terry. These are 75 for the mini harpoon, 65 to 75. They've got them for the hair. They make them for the little tenable. Got a little pocket strap. So he's done some really good work. I think he's a good maker. I was impressed. And again, I'm going to carry it. See how, hey, Dylan, how's it going, brother? Dylan Mallory's in the house. Whoop, whoop. One of our premium designers here in the community. He designs cool knives. Very cool knives. And Richard just brought this over. I'd never seen this till today. But that is Brother Richard Hopkins' fret. I thought it was walnut, but that is also acrylic. But Kyle sanded it, I think, a little rougher. I'm going to ask him. His does not have a lanyard hole. Feels fantastic. And the sheath, where the one I've got for Terry's black and brown, this one's brown and black. So that is a cool one. The other one, I think I told you guys Friday night, I have Andrew Kidd on from time to time, and I did a review on this knife. And the whole plan was to review it and send it back to him, because I've got 2 of his knives. They're pretty similar. This is a spear point. I'm not a big spear point guy, but what I didn't know until I got this was how thin it was. It's very, very slicey. So Monday, I had it packed up to ship to him, and I knew he'd won a Demco on one of my members' lives. And I said, hey, dude, do you like that Demco? He's like, I love it. I was like, would you like a shark's foot with carbonite carbon fiber and $50 for this knife? Are you serious? I was like, yeah. He's like, absolutely. So I traded a knife and $50 for this guy because I like it that much. It's my third, and I bought all of them. It's my third lucky dog. I didn't buy the bulldog. I did not buy this one. But I bought the other 2, and I'm getting ready to buy a guard dog, his 4th knife, just because I'm really enamored with him. I'm a pocket dropper guy. Hey, Neil McKenzie, channel member, what is up, brother? Who else have I missed? Hopefully nobody. Hopefully nobody. If I missed you, I didn't miss you on purpose. I didn't mean to. And then one of my all-time favorites that I always show is Colin McGuire's work. His company's Mag 10 Knife Works. He's in Maine. and he forges all of his steel and makes the knives. So he takes it from furnace to whatever. He does the whole thing. And this is one of the thinnest, wickedest worn cliffs with 80s carbon fiber handles. And I've got an Oak City leather sheath for it. And they're about $115, so they're a good bit more. But it's a winner. I've got some cool fixies out here. Got some interesting folders. I've got to get my voodoo back about folding knives. I don't have yours yet, Cheeto. But you and I talk. If you want me to autograph it, you tell me where to autograph it, and I will put either initials or a name on there, however you want it to be. However you want it to be. I just look forward to them. And the reason, since I have pirate ship, when they come to me, it takes about an extra day or two, but I can take a picture of it. And so I feel like the more pictures we have of different frets, the better we are. Now, Kyle might take pictures if he starts doing it. Robert Jones, late to the game with the donation. Dude, thank you so much. I'm going to give you a man hug real quick. I'm glad you are here. You're not late to the games. The games will go late, though. So here's a man hug and my thorough appreciation. Thank you, Robert. I was not gonna ship it before finding that out, buddy. I want to make sure I've got your address, and yeah, we'll DM me, and we'll find out tonight because I know Kyle's going to be on. We'll find out about if I'm going to have it next week. I know it won't be later than next week, but for me to ship it to you, it shouldn't take long at all. And where are you located, Cheeto? State or part of the country? Are you closer to Ohio or Alabama? Not that anybody I know lives in either of those states, but just curious. Because what I was going to say is somebody just called me. Somebody called me and I dropped my vape at the same time. California. The reason I asked Cheeto is another way we could do it, because I know Kyle's going to take pictures, is I can send Kyle the sheath. And let me put this back up. And I'll make those knives go away as soon as Kyle gets here. Have y'all seen Richard? Richard, can you even get back here? I know that's a tangled mess if you can electrocute yourself. There's Brother Richard Hopkins.
Hey guys.
He is visiting. They're on their tour, doing their I call it wanderlusting. You don't call it
Wanderlust.
Wanderlust. Yeah. Out making it happen.
More, man.
Yeah, wander more, wander often, and wander where you don't know where you're going to end up necessarily. You know how to get home, but you're not in a rush to get there.
John and I are the same height.
We are. Yeah, I met Dylan Mallory, who's still in here. I've met our third stooge. There are three of us that are the same size, within 6 or 7 inches of each other. I've met another average height guy. Not some of these overfed, GMO enhanced giants. But what did you guys carry today? So I carried my slip joint, which I'm going to be honest with y'all. I am probably going to quit carrying a slip joint every day, only because it's almost like something I put in my pocket. I pick one out, but I never, ever use it because my fixed blade is usually the knife that I use or my folder. But I also carried my Kaiser. Trestle in S45. Great knife. It's just not a knife that I find myself, if I'm getting ready to cut something, I'm like, oh, I'm going to get that slip joint. Now, if I had an Apple and I was sitting out in a park somewhere, maybe I'd pull it out. But I keep my flashlight in my left pocket. I keep my front pocket wallet in my front pocket, and the slip joint just is a little much. So what all you kids carry? I know we haven't done carry calls in forever. Dude, it doesn't matter. Shane usually calls me and leaves voicemails, and he's watching my live, and he's watching my camera flicker out. I think he does it for fun. There's no harm, no foul. I'm going to have it soon, and I want to be able to do it directly through the phones. That's why I set up my Discord to start with, but I haven't been able to get a successful Discord call to come into the live stream. I want to have a live call-in number scrolling along the bottom of this for like an hour each live. And if people want to call in and ask a question, they don't have to type. As long as you don't get me banned, because then I'll come hunt you down. Joe Isabella has been a member for 30 freaking months. Joe, I was showing off your TS 150 to brother Richard today. That's still just an amazing knife. Your craftsmanship is next level. Man hug coming your way, followed by a jump. Thank you, Brother Joe, for sticking with me for 30 freaking months. 410, I think we need to measure you, Richard. I don't think you're quite that short. About 410. And I might not be 5'6" anymore, because I know I've shrunk some. But I used to be, at one point I was 5'7". I was really lying by half an inch. I was 5'6.5". But I'm a solid 5'6", I think. Geek Machinist today carried his Buck Alpha Scout Pro, his Buck 382 Trapper, Gerber Shank, Sog Power Pint, great little utility tool, Zebra F701, Seco Tuna, Rothko paracord bracelet, and a Ridge CF wallet. How do you like your Ridge, buddy? I did not get the Ridge. I got a lesser expensive one called the Aswell that's made similar to it. And I'm trying to decide if I like it, because I've always carried a leather, but I've never had a minimalist one made by one of our leather making buddies. But I like the way that it holds together. I like the way that I can stick, bills in there. PM2 Bento Box Edition. What is that? Hold on. Spyderco, Bento Box. Do y'all watch OCD for EDC? I noticed today he made a post. He just got his monthly, oh. Dude, that's a rare knife. Where'd it go? Well, it just showed it, and then it made it go away when I clicked on it. And now it's showing me 1,000 Spydercos from days gone by. But yeah, anyway, I think there it is. So what's the what is the I'm gonna read. This is a video, so it might not tell me. What is the Bento Box Edition? M390? Is it just because of the scales and the blade steel? They just did it like that? Kind of one of those sprint run type things. Very cool knife. I handled my first pair of 2 tonight, or my first pair of 3, since after I sold one. I was a pair of 2 guy. Bought a this is sweet. Is this you, Geek Machinist? Are these your knives? Give me a yay or a nay before I show them. I think they are, but I'm not sure, because have brain damage. I got you. Yeah. So I believe Blue G10 and N390. That's a sweet one, my friend. So you're gonna be at this show, all four from Lehigh Valley Knife Show, dude. Your knives are beautiful. How are they going? Have you been selling them for a while? I always scroll my timeline to see what weirdness is going on there. That's some kind of weird Kickstarter flashlight that I don't even understand why somebody would want. But let's just see who we got there. There's a Neutron with carbon fiber scales. Let's see if this is a frame lock. Yep. Oh, you don't know who that is? That's right. That's Countess Ann. There's Jacob grinding knives. I don't know if y'all have ever watched his YouTube shorts. I know Shane watches them some, but he is a master at his processes. He's got process for every stage of what he does to that knife. It's just going to show that over and over. Then we got some B Shady, who's always got the cool pictures. Somebody shooting something. Pamela Anderson. All right, I'm about bored here. Now that's Paulius. Here, you want to see who the Baltic Blades guy is? Can you see right there? The guy in the black shirt. Is it showing that to you guys? Let's see how far back. Oh, it'll show him in a second. He'll come out there, but he's a very nice guy. He's from the Baltics, and he started doing some full fixed blades with handles too. So there's a very good knife company, Tradition Junior. Huge fan of his knives. As a matter of fact, Richard has one of his Wasps, which is a knife I've not reviewed. I'm going to review that while he's here. I got in the little algorithm today where it kept showing me people sliding off of Mount Everest. They were all like hiking up Mount Everest with their Sherpas, and then you'd see somebody sliding down the slope, lose their footing, and the next thing you know, they were just gone. Anyway, I was going to try to catch one of those pictures, but I don't see any, so I'm going to turn it off. I've got an unboxing tomorrow of some Halloween Kaisers. If y'all are into that kind of stuff, there will be a video about those tomorrow. Your work is clean, buddy. Your work is very, 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 very clean. Did you pick those up today, Richard? Well, I knew you said you were going to, but you didn't say, hey, man, I got some. That's awesome. Congratulations. Yeah, I learned about so many knife companies from you guys that I have no clue about until I learn about them. And fixed blades are, I hate to say it, there are a lot of them out there, but there's some very cool knives. I wanted 100 Mount Everest, awesome knives. I didn't want hundreds to die on Mount Everest. Hundreds choose to die on Mount Everest. It's a conscious, I'm going to push myself to the extreme. And some people have delusions of grandeur, which means I'm going to push myself until they can't recover my body until spring. I feel for those people. I empathize. And when you see somebody hiking up a mountain and it looks like a trail and they just go sliding off of it into the abyss, it makes me think, I don't want to go deep sea diving and I don't want to climb mountains. I don't have a need for it. I used to boulder. I used to climb smaller mountains and like 18 feet boulders where you just do like climbing wall stuff. But I never wanted to go somewhere fall high enough where if I fell, I'd turn into a puddle of goo. I'm not up for that. Richard, are those small batch fixies? Yes, they are. And they're very reasonable. Did you put the link in, Richard? Because I'll click on it. Let me click on it. Hold on. Let me pull it up. Uh-oh. Someone's joined us. Let me find
What's up, buddy?
what's up, buddy? Let me turn you up a bit. I got this turned down because I had my. They are very small batch. And they're right here. How have you been, buddy?
I'm good. Good. And yourself?
Good. I've got Richard Hopkins and Carla Hopkins on my couch. They've stopped by to visit for a few days.
Oh, really?
And they just got swatted out of the empty lot across the street from my house where I suggested they park because it's a church overflow parking lot for a church that's not even next door to them. It's like 4 houses down. And this big black SUV that looked like an ICE vehicle, but it was a church vehicle, and 4 cops came on blazing. Carla was out there sleeping. So you got the nymph, right? You got 2. Which ones you get, Richard?
Did Richard bring you Mexican pizza?
He did not. He got here before Mexican pizza. But Shane might come up and visit with us tomorrow and go to the knife store.
That's cool.
So this little guy is Nitro V, $120, small. And the other one was called what? The Chitlin? What was the second one you bought tonight? There's the sedge. Just kind of cool little knives. And I handled a couple of them today. They feel good in the hand. But there's just so many people making cool knives.
What's up, Cheeto? Paul?
Hopefully Shane will be able to join us. I talked to him this afternoon. Brando, Blazing Gear, what is up? What is up, Satisfaction? The Chickadee Man.
How,
Man, myth, legend.
So Richard and his wife are staying there, you said, and then they're going to be traveling on?
Yeah, their RV, they do their Wanderlust. Have you ever been to that page? Have you ever seen their traveling page? I'll share it in a second.
I believe so.
But they travel different parts of the country each year, and they're coming up through. They came through the Natchez Trace yesterday through Mississippi. They were camping for a few days on the way up and got to Huntsville today. There's some things to see here. We're going to go to the knife store. I don't know if they're planning on going on Montesano Mountain to camp. I told them I would because it's a state destination. It's beautiful. But yeah, they're just coming through, and then they're going. Which direction did you all say you were going next? Not west. Tennessee. Chattanooga, right? And then are you going to just head west or head east, or are you going to just go down towards? That's cool. I would love to be in a place where I could just travel. I've been watching another little rabbit hole I've gotten sucked into. Kyle, have we talked about this? Have you seen that? Cumberland Mountains. There's a song the Grateful Dead wrote called Cumberland Blues. Great song about the Cumberland Mountains. But where'd it go? I lost my thought and it was in the chat. It's not you, it's me, dude. Like I told you, Kyle will tell you why. Well, who are you talking to, John? Anyway, I had something to say and it wasn't important or it would have stuck. I've been doing a lot of filler work tonight, Kyle, if you can tell. I tried to get involved, and I directed people over to this Edge Mindset video because after I watched it a couple of times, I think I agree with him. I think he's making several different points that can both be true or all be true.
I didn't get to. I got the first couple minutes, and I didn't get into it deeper than that.
Okay, so you got to get to the end to where he comes to his conclusion. So we're just going to go to the end.
I got busy with other stuff.
Hey guys, this is Senator John Ossoff from Georgia, and
I don't wanna
please
hear
hear
you.
me out
I don't want
because
to
I'm
hear
the
you.
only.
I'm not listening to your. Get your politics off my screen. Where's my skip button? All right. So he starts off talking about how we used to have only a few knives to choose from, right? And people would dive deeply into those brands because there weren't that many to choose from. But then at the end, and then he talks about.
Maybe we'll start there. We'll go through the history.
Don't lag.
So yeah, just give me a summary
Of the start of the YouTube kind of YouTube knife community. So at its core, right, like
As core, people were fanboys. They talked about different knives, and now there's a new knife every week. And they're
Right.
good knives, but they're channels, and he understands why
I've
they
had
do
them
it.
out because I've
Let
just
me,
liked
let me get to right here's about where he
enthusiastic voice, and then it's on to the next thing, right? It's a completely different market than what it used to be. Back in the day, you'd really want to dive into every aspect of it because there wasn't
There you
that
go.
much out there. And you really wanted to make sure that if you're spending all this money on this object, it's really right for you. But now knives have become so relatively inexpensive, and they're so easy to come by, and there's no short supply of them. It's just kind of changed the whole market. And so because of that, YouTubers, like, I don't even want to say the whole shill thing, but they are motivated by speaking very
did say the shield thing, so I give him credit for that. He snuck it in there. Do you like that?
But okay, so let me throw in.
See if you can get caught up to where we are, because
I-
he hadn't made his point yet.
No, that's fine. Just let me kind of give, just from that brief synopsis there, let me give my thoughts. It's something that we've been talking about for a couple of years now. The more you get involved behind the scenes in the community, the less you like being around the community. It's not for the faint of heart as far as the way the business goes. The knives are cool. The people are cool for the most part.
The practices are sketch.
And the intentions behind it and the personas and the fakeisms and the way that we've allowed these people to take on these such personalities and influence purchases and drive purchases to where it is completely saturated the market to the point where no one needs anything. They're throwing out brand new, this is the latest and greatest every single week. People feel obligated. They want to buy something, and it's horrible.
Dude,
you don't need the shit.
No,
stop,
and I used
stop
to live
buying
that.
it. Only buy nicer things that you like or need, but don't buy stuff just to buy stuff. No, you don't have to keep up with the Joneses. No one cares what you're buying, and just buy something if you want it. And that's fine. If you want every single knife, whatever, and you got the means to it, fine. But don't put yourself.
Don't go to the cult of personality and buy it because somebody says you should.
Right. And there's a lot of people in the community that have, frankly, just unfortunately don't have the funds to be spending the money the way they do. They should be taking care of other priorities versus buying knives just to say they bought a knife.
Exactly. I
would much rather someone have less knives and enjoy it than, feeling that they have to go do something.
I almost would say that just by having less knives than an overabundance of knives, you're going to appreciate the ones you have
overseas. If it wasn't for some of these channels that are kind of putting these in front of people, all pretty dang good. He's supporting his channel. He's allowing it to grow. He's allowing it to make content.
He talks about giveaways here, which I thought was interesting. Hold on.
Okay. He's deviating from kind of
he's just talking about
subscribers to kind of feed this whole thing. Like, take the worst of the worst. Anybody is like the person that you're like, oh my gosh, this guy's terrible. He just begs for free stuff from these companies and says they're amazing, and then he gives them away or sells them to serve himself or herself to get more subscribers and kind of feed this whole thing. Like, take the worst of the worst. And if you can't think of one, just imagine one, right? Just imagine somebody like that. What are they really doing wrong? Kind of like I said before, for the most part, all of these knives, cheap, expensive, whatever, they're all pretty dang good, right? None of these are unsafe. They're all, okay, when I say all, I do grain of salt, right? Grain of salt.
And if you want me to stop it, talk about anything.
Let's stop for a second. So what are they doing wrong? Ethically and per guidelines of channels, a lot.
Exactly.
Your
community guidelines are being violated in a lot of cases.
Correct. And my personal opinion is different than everyone else's, and that's fine. I hate giveaways. I wish they would go away. They bring out the worst in people. And I'd much rather see, instead of doing giveaways, because here's the first thing. I enjoy giving myself away. I don't ever keep what I win in giveaways. It's always given away.
Yeah, I pass
it. But I would much rather give something out of the goodness of my heart to somebody that I want than just feel obligated to go to a stream and have to do a random giveaway.
I see that. And what I'm trying to figure out about me, because I've got a flaw. I think I'm a people pleaser. I know I am. I'm a people pleaser by basic makeup. And I used to do giveaways every Friday night. And then I just started doing them on members, but I never once put giveaway in my title. I never increased my viewership or subscribers because I was promising giveaways. I never did milestone giveaways. You know, if I get to 10,000, I'm going to give away these knives. I never used it as a,
Manny,
I'm not saying it absolves me from anything, but I didn't use it as a unfair tool, right?
Yeah, hang on. Manny, I wasn't talking about you guys, because you guys do it, and that's only a small, tight-knit group. I'm talking about the people that exploit it to use it to gain traction, and the ones that got people in there begging. You know, and
I'll tell you one who I like. I like the creator, but you see it in his chat because he has so much as MC. I mean, his chat is very disgusting. Well. I mean, he's not a bad guy. I don't think. I just think when he does his giveaways, there's so many people in there that you see the worst of those giveaway wanners.
Well, there's that, but he's also a dick.
That's true, but Maddie does have a pass because Maddie won a prick from Shane during a live stream, and I didn't write it down, so I forgot about it. And about 3 months later, because Shane's so speedy, a prick showed up with one of the frets that I was sending off. And I was like, thank you, Shane. And he felt so bad, he made Maddie another prick. So I've got Maddie's first prick, but Maddie gets a bigger one. So Maddie, you can hold on to your areas. You've been DeVito'd.
So going
Drew,
back,
dude, what's up, brother? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. What's up to everyone? Sorry, I missed Stevie, Maddie, Jersey. Going back to what he was talking about. So yeah, I think there is a lot of morals and ethics that are quasi being, and sometimes just completely cross the line, solely for the purpose of making money. And I think it's disgusting how, like, if you want to make money, more power to you. Like, I've always said there's nothing wrong with profit. I don't have a problem with someone making money as long as you're
do it honorably and above board.
Yeah, blatantly clear about it. You're not trying to pull the wool over someone's eyes. You're not trying to, woe is me. I need donations. I need this or that. It's a complete joke. Some of the stuff behind the scenes, and that's why I absolutely despise most channels. Like if you recognize, like, I'll pop in occasionally to here and there to a live stream to say hi to people, but I'm rarely around for very many lives unless it's one of the people I'm friends with. Just because I got to the point where I can't stand the shilling, the disgusting hypocrisy behind it, the flat out lies, and it's just, who these people truly are, and it's in every single genre or niche of, it's not just relative to knives, it's in everything. But we're involved in this, so it's closer to home, and we get to know some of these people, so you get to learn more about it. Frankly, it makes you sick to your stomach realizing what some of these people were willing to do to make a buck off somebody.
What's been an eye-opener to me is, I guess that, but I don't see it as much in the dollars and cents because I don't know what people make, as I see it in their attitudes changing. Some of them don't change, and some of them go from night to day where they're too important. Not to name any names, but it's to me, that's when you're losing sight of the big picture. You're losing sight of your audience too, because your audience doesn't want that. If somebody's watching you, they're watching for.
Yeah, but the one specific one you're speaking of, flat out said from the beginning, he didn't care, and he was willing to burn all those bridges at the beginning to get big.
And I'll tell you what, I give him credit. I give him credit for being straightforward from the beginning, because I remember that too. And I always liked his story times. That's when I watched his lives, when he would talk about all his hardships, getting away from.
Well, I think a lot of that is
fictional.
Well, I'm not saying that, but I think maybe a little inflated. But the
embellished.
Yes, there's going to be some of that, no matter what happens when you get big like that, kind of almost overnight. There's going to be some narcissistic tendencies because of what you're doing. You're talking to a camera, you're on here, you're, trying to be hyping up things and being, entertaining, but you still don't turn your back on the people who made you. That to me is what it's disheartening.
Exactly. You forget the people that were there with you from the start that would DM you saying how proud they were of you for, doing what you're doing, wishing you luck. But again, if you're dealing with the amount of numbers, I can see how even the people where I might feel closer to that person, he might not feel that close to me because he's got so many other people that are, talking to him.
Or the people that helped you out behind the scenes with a lot of stuff, organizational wise, that to try to make sure that you were.
Oh yeah, well that's a different situation altogether, and I can definitely see that because I know what you're alluding to. Brando, and a lot of people, I don't say a lot of people, I've seen some people that not talk about giveaway or being subscribed, but they just want to make sure that you're active in the chat, that you're not somebody, as long as they know you, like you don't even have to be active in the chat. If you win a members live, you're going to win the members live. But if it was when I was giving away a knife and somebody won that nobody had ever seen before and they hadn't chatted, we would decide to draw again and tell that person, as long as you come back, you engage in the chat a couple of times, you don't have to be here the whole time. No turd burglar. Stevie said it. And what you guys don't realize is several people in the community that are just fantastic people that never talk about it did a lot of work behind the scenes to uncover some very almost at an institutional level of scamming knives from giveaways through major bot systems and things like that. So if you don't think it happens, it does.
And there's also just some scumbags that you only see them, like they won't say a word and you just see them pop up and they won't even say hello to anyone. They just put their hashtag in there and you see them scroll through. You're like, yeah, that's pretty shitty. Like,
do you remember when they uncovered that and they released all the names of the people that had given stuff away to them? Because it all went to the same or the same mailing address or whatever that was to a shipping address.
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't in there, and I'm convinced that the way that those bots find those lives is because they're scanning the titles. And if GAW or giveaways in the title, the bots come.
There's that, and I don't know. They may even have something sophisticated enough to track the thumbnails as a thumbnails update.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. It would not surprise me. But the trick is just don't put it in there. You won't gain outside people. If you do, they're outside for the right reason.
That, and also is like what Stevie and Maddie do when they'll put up something and then they take it down right away so it's not on the screen. So if someone were to roll over a mouse and see it, it's not going to show up automatically there.
Absolutely. Crispy.
What's up, Crispy?
Crispy and I talked a couple of days ago. Seems to be doing well. Good to see you, brother. You hadn't won yet, man, but keep your fingers crossed. I never give it 15 minutes to settle. I think that's just a wives' tale. Yeah, I've never cramped up, and I did a lot of swimming after I ate. I'd be more worried that I would have put off some kind of pastrami aroma for a shark.
I think, so going back to what we were discussing, kind of to round it off, I think giveaways are cool, and doing things nice for people is amazing. I love doing that more than I like getting I'm a horrible gift getter. I'd much rather give something to someone. And I think either it's done spontaneously or it's done out of the goodness of your heart, and it's not a malicious intent to gain something monetarily or even satisfaction out of recognition for it, is what makes a giveaway actually special.
Yeah, I think the coolest giveaways are like people like Shane that have a knife show up. Don't know how it came from, knew he'd mentioned that knife somewhere, and somebody just made it happen. Those are the best giveaways.
Yeah.
Maddie, who's that? Is that Scott? Let me share that. Let me click on it first, because I love you, but I don't trust you as far as I can throw you, because I know you're a very, very, very effective troll. And I respect you for that.
Maddie, have you ever heard of Bitly? Drew, you said you weren't going to talk about that publicly. Maddie's usually good with the links. Stevie's the one
Yeah,
you got to.
that one didn't take, unless this other one, better link. Here's the better link. Okay. Because the first link didn't work. So this is good. I'm subscribed to this Substack, and this is a good one. I'm gonna put it in here. I'm gonna share it with you, show you what it is. And I don't know if y'all know what Substack is. It's a kind of a blogging platform, but you can subscribe to these bloggers to help them continue to, be able to be funded to produce content if you like their content. Let me find it. Where did it?
I appreciate it, and there's a lot of hard work that goes into it, but I absolutely hate Substack, the actual site. It's just annoying to deal with.
This is the first time I've been on it. Yeah, you know about the user interface?
That, and I used to get a ton of just disgusting spam and stuff. I just was like, I don't want any part of it.
How many channels? See, I'm only subscribed to one channel, and I only get notifications from this one channel. But I've never gone in. I've never scrolled anything.
Yeah, I used to get notifications for all kinds of stuff that I wasn't subscribed to. I was gifted a subscription to Transparent Knives to check out, and it was cool. And I probably would have stayed on there longer, but Brian wasn't posting much because that's when he was having some downtime. So,
did I post that in the chat? Did I post that Substack address in there? I think I did. I don't remember.
Earlier you did, a little bit ago.
Okay. So I was going to go look at Stevie's link that he posted on Amazon. Now, do I think I want to look at that? Probably not, but I'm going to look at it anyway.
I wouldn't share it until you look at it.
No, I've learned. I love it. Male masturbator, Kingdomer, realistic pocket, P vagina texture with 7.5-inch depth. I wonder if they got a bigger one.
Are you planning using your whole arm?
No.
I'm sorry. I forgot you have company.
That's true. That's impressive. Amazon impressed me when I ordered the first little bag of gummy mushrooms from there, and they whacked me out. And I realized, okay, if they're selling pumping pussies and mushrooms, yeah, only $13.99. But the bad thing is, it could Lorena Bobbitt you. You never know if that thing's got metal jaws behind that latex. It could be brutal. Nobody needs that kind of activity.
All right, when you get a chance, check private chat. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I don't do pocket pals. I don't do pocket pals. Remember, I'm a door climber.
Yeah, he just takes doorknobs off. He's got to worry about splinters.
Splinters can be a problem. I told you my tick story, right? From the time I was at summer camp between 5th and 6th grade. Yeah, I won't tell that again. I absolutely did.
God. If you weren't here for that one, whoo, that was a full night of babysitting.
And it was my total fault because I did not think anything would be. There you go, magic.
How many are you supposed to take? 3 or 4?
It's like 4.
Half the bag. Well, there's only a few left. Let me grab these and eat them. And just throw them.
Yeah, these are the ones right here. And it tells you. I don't think this shows the back size.
What's up, Toddy? What's up, Tyler?
But they are they're called Shrimmifies, and they make them in gummies or they make them in chocolates. And they are I don't buy them anymore because they're just a little much. I'd much rather have just the regular. They're a little bit on the weird side. But what's cool, now that we're talking about this, I'm not sharing it. Let me share it. But what's really cool is on Amazon, you can also, so these are the ones, they say it's reishi and lion's mane, but I think it's this nootropic blend that nobody knows what it is that has the umph. But if you go mushroom growing, watch this. You know what that is? It's a little kit, and you can order, or if you got friends that do it, you can get it from them, but you can order the genetics because it's not illegal to sell just the spores. You just can't buy them at the same time. And this is the media. It's already ready to be mixed up together and sterile. You put it in the oven just to make sure. And then you inject this stuff into it, and it grows mushrooms in about 14 to 20 days.
Seems like a bad idea.
And there are a lot of people that I know personally that do it. I've never done it, but it's pretty cool. I think you're going to see more and more, because on Instagram, I get a lot of those ads because there are a lot of companies that do it. The dark web Amazon version. Todd, it's totally, I mean, it stays in my purchasing history. They'll probably come get me one day for that. But no, it's just Amazon's where I get cat litter, cat food, toilet paper, you name it. I get everything at Amazon. And I don't use my link. So that should tell you something about my credibility. Henry G said, hello, Kyle Kinley.
What's up, Henry?
So I know what I was going to ask you. I was talking to Cheeto earlier. He's the one whose sheath I've got, right? For his fret. Do you know which fret is his? I think it's the blue and white one, but I'm not sure.
Do what now? I'm sorry.
Do you know what fret is Cheeto's?
I believe the blue one, but I'm not 100% sure. You'd have to verify with Shane.
Yeah, I think it's blue or white, because what I was trying to think, what we were trying to figure out is he's in California, and he was wondering, you know, when he was going to get it. And I told him it was either on its way to you or about to be on its way to you, or you had it. And then you were going to send it here, and I was going to send it with the sheet. But I wonder if it'd be easier, Kyle, since you take pictures anyway, if I just send you the sheet that you'll probably, and which would you rather?
Doesn't matter. Either way. I don't have it yet, but.
Okay, well, if you don't have it yet, I'll send you the sheet just so it'll, hey, Mad Yako.
Okay.
Unless you want to send it to me, because all I was going to do, I wasn't going to make another video. I'm going to make a video on Richards. I wonder if Shane fell asleep.
I don't know.
Or a screen name. What is up? What is up, Josh? Always good to see you, man. I always love when I can tell that that Kyle's typing with hate in his fingers. You can hear the cadence of the keys. So I'm waiting for his chat.
Sorry, I'm responding to a message I needed to get back to.
I got you. I thought you were burning somebody's ass in chat.
No, this needs to be a message I had to respond to. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, dude, I was kidding. It doesn't bother me a bit. It does not bother me a bit. See, Kyle can type. I've been typing. I'm old enough to where I took typing in 6th grade, and I didn't have a computer till my junior year in college. So I wasn't always on a computer, but I've used one for the last 40 years pretty consistently. And I still can't type like someone who types. I can use 2 hands, but I'm still picking and pecking, as my typing teacher used to say. Yeah, you can hear Kyle shift all caps and rage.
I can type okay.
I am a real man. I'll throw in a pinky every now and then if it's a stretch. I also use my thumb. But I did notice it's a lot easier to greet people on a computer than it is on your iPhone. Because when I'm in normal chats, I'm sitting on my couch watching my Apple TV, typing on my phone, and you have to type in each name, which on the chat, you can just start the name and it'll populate it for it. So if I just Scott in, all I have to do is go SC. Oh, maybe not. What happened to Scott in? Scott in might have just come in and bailed. Oh, he's still in here, but he didn't. It did. Oh, I know why. Because I didn't do it through. Let's see if I do it here. I did it through StreamYard and StreamYard doesn't do it, but I can just click on it if I do it through YouTube. What was Scott's point that I missed? Very true. Very, very true. So what else did I not show you guys last week? I've got a bunch. I had 3 concepts come in today that are going to be on sale on Amazon, either the 4th or the 6th or the 4th through the 6th. I've got to go back and read it, and I'll put those out there. They're 3 kind of budget concepts. One of them's the Mini Corvid. One of them is the Model 6, and there's another one, but they're really good prices. And so that'll come out, and then I'll have a Kaiser video that comes out on the 10th with a bunch of new Kaisers for October that aren't the Halloween editions. That'll come out tomorrow. And then on the 20th, there's a cool Kaiser camp knife being released that's coming out. And the reason they stage those releases is because that's when they hit.
That's one of the funniest comments all night.
What's that?
So that's one of the funniest comments all night.
That is good. Matt, I appreciate that, dude. That's good humor. Make it more true.
No, I can't adjust the volume of my keys. That's why I went ahead and just muted it. But
I bet you were younger than me. I bet when you took typing as a senior, were y'all already using computers? Could you see the reasoning to it? Because see, when I took it in 6th grade, computers weren't even a fantasy. It was just, I know I'm never going to use a typewriter, because I had a lady in the neighborhood who would type all of our papers for us. She was a retired teacher.
Dude, I'm nowhere near as old as you, and I remember taking, like, actually using a typewriter and like having to go back and, you know, the white
right, and go and use the correction tape.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, well, they wanted everybody to learn how to use one, but that would, if you had a computer like in your dorm room or wherever, and you were using a typewriter, you would be more adept to that keyboard. And
I also remember, like, we started getting access to computers like 2nd grade.
You are young. Yeah, I
mean, it wasn't anything sophisticated, but they were just like, you know, showing us like how to actually like turn one on and play like a Oregon Trail or some bullshit.
Yeah, I had a 2C when I was young, but when I say young, probably 14 or 15, maybe 16. And then my roommate got a Gateway, the first one with Microsoft Word on it, when I was a junior in college. And I bought my first computer when I started dating my ex-wife in Jackson, Tennessee, a little laptop, a Dell.
The first computer we ever had in the house was a Mac 2. Was it 2C? 2E?
Yeah, the 2C was the 2 color. I don't remember what the E was.
I think it was 2C. It had to have been like
5 1/4 floppies.
Yeah, I was pretty young. I think it was probably like late 80s, maybe.
Scott, that's such a good skill to acquire, dude. I mean, think of the time over your lifetime you saved, and you can probably think better because you're not thinking about where to type or how to type the word. You're probably just running with your thoughts.
Yeah, I'm up there as well too. The issue that I run into is my brain moves faster than my fingers sometimes, so I'll end up having to go back and erase stuff and retype it because I'm going too fast.
Yeah, I always have to do that, especially on DMs. And DMs are hard to go back up and read. I've been getting in my comments lately, Kyle. I haven't done it today, but every day I've tried to get in and at least answer the day's comments. The first day I did, I think, was Sunday, and I went way back. I still haven't made it back to my biggest video, but dude, I get some crazy comments.
Dude, I told you that I think the best way, like, I know some bigger content creators, how they kind of typically do it is for the first 24 hours, they'll like every comment and they'll give responses to any genuine good questions. Outside of 24 hours, you rarely will get a response.
And that's how it should be. That's how I should get it. I do want to get down. I should scroll down to those Knives and More just to make sure that they're not looking for specific information. But in all fairness, I told Tate to manage that chat since it's his store. Hey, I was down there Monday. I got a driving award Monday too, but I was down there taking that Benchmade back, and I started talking to John, the owner, and said, you know, if you ever need anybody in here part-time just to give you somebody a break, I'm always up for it. I've been selling for 30 years. I know knives, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, to be honest with you, I want to only come in here a couple hours a day. I'm looking for somebody kind of to take my place. I was like, well, if you really want to do that, reach out to me and let's talk. He goes, I'll reach out to you. It's not working in corporate digital marketing, but I think I'd enjoy it. Or I'd get burned out on knives so quick that I could punt this YouTube thing.
It occupies time too.
What's that? It does. It occupies time. I think I would learn a lot because what I think is cool, what they do is when you take knives in there to trade, they've got several books that they have in their pocket, but then they go back to the computer. They check several sources. I just like to know how that industry works. You know, I learned a lot from Tate walking around with him at Blade Show, trying to make merchandising deals with like TRM and American Blade Works, and what prevented that from happening, you know, things I didn't even consider. I just think it'd be interesting. Plus I think I could get a lot of content. So there's a kind of a greedy side of it too. You know, if I took a knife home a night, that could be pretty cool.
I think it seems like a nice enough young man. I disagree with some of his business practices, but that's why everyone has their own style of doing things.
Exactly. And dude, like I say, I really think if it boils down, he's just autistic, you know, and unfortunately that's not the guy. Cause when he was at St. Nick's Knives, I bought several knives from him, but he was never a warm, fuzzy personality. You almost had to ask him to buy. He would never say, well, you seem to like that one. You know, he never gave any closing questions, or I don't even think he knows what a close is. I think it was just like, if somebody wants to buy a knife, I'm here to sell it to you.
Yeah.
Where if you did the right thing and ask the questions like we do in here, what's your knife for? What are you going to use it for? What are you going to spend? Blah, blah, blah. You should be able to walk somebody to a knife in that store. You should be able to walk somebody to 5 knives in that store and let them choose. Y'all don't talk about food. Please don't talk about food. I do have some food though in the refrigerator. I haven't.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, my bad. I was talking to Richard. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Tyler, you're only an hour and a half from Breck. I didn't know that. I thought you were further away. What's up, Demonock?
I would love to go by there. I pulled the plug on St. Nick's Knives. I was going to go out there and film. And then I remembered, well, I knew that they changed their store from being just a knife store to being a much bigger outdoor store. And so I went through their Google My Business and looked at their layout. They got a big PP section, no problem there. A lot of outdoors clothes, no problem there. But their knife section, even though they got a lot of knife sections, it's really only 2 counters. And I can't think of how, unless there are knives to look at individually, I could take up more than 4 minutes shooting that place. Where Knives and More is a big store. You know, you can walk around and show stuff.
Okay,
so
Tyler.
He called back and said, when would you like to come? And I said, I don't think I'm going to be able to do it this month.
Yeah. Tyler, I thought you were closer to Akron. You're more Mansfield, just south of Mansfield.
I've been to Mansfield. That's where Sub-Zero Wolf is. No, that's Madison, Wisconsin. I'm sorry. Mansfield is where they make the toilets. I went to Mansfield.
You're thinking Kohler?
No, yeah, Kohler's in Mansfield.
Wisconsin. Kohler's Wisconsin.
Kohler's in Wisconsin, but there's a company called Mansfield Toilets. They make commodity toilets, the kinds you see. Gotcha. And we used to make enclosures for those, little potty boxes. It sounds weird, I know, but we did bathroom furniture. And they were one that wanted to sell it through their line. So we'd go up there for business meetings. Horrible drive. Always went through the winter.
How the hell are you getting from Cedar Point all the way to Columbus in an hour and a half? You're flying, man.
Maybe he's got one of those little personal flight crafts. Have you seen those things on YouTube? I assume they're not AI.
Yeah, you're going straight down 23 then through Delaware.
Driving fast.
Yeah, no kidding.
Not riding dirty.
Because I'm about an hour and 10 from wreck.
Satisfaction, that's true. Now I'll tell you my little story, which kind of culminated with talking to one of the police officers that swatted Miss Carla tonight. I left here Monday morning to take that knife back, and they just about 6 months ago put up a stop sign, literally 2 driveways down from my house. So I back up, I go to the stop sign, I do a rolling stop, and sitting right there is a cop. So I immediately pull over even before he turns on his lights, and he pulls me over, told me I run the stop sign. I said, I know I did. And he said the neighbors have been complaining that people run it. And I told him where I lived, told him, I'm sorry. I just wasn't paying attention yet. And whatever. And I thought I was going to get a warning. I ended up getting a ticket and got to go to court on the 9th, but I can do driving school. And then I was talking to the police officer tonight, and I said, you really need to watch that stop sign up there. Everybody runs it. I got caught Monday. And I said, he goes, well, you ought to fight it. I said, no, I was guilty. I went through the stop sign. He goes, show me the stop sign. And I showed it right down because we were standing right by it. He could see it. And I said, it's overgrown a little bit. He goes, take a picture of that. I go, what do you mean? He goes, show it to the judge. I thought that was pretty cool. I mean, I might not get out of it, but here's a police officer. He looks like a nice looking, good police officer telling me to fight my, and he even asked, who is the guy that gave you the ticket? Do you know how old he was? He almost looks like that should have been a warning.
Yeah. So is Richard sitting on your couch with his laptop?
Richard has got the Apple TV on, and he's got his phone in his hand. So he's typing on his phone, and he's watching the stream on the TV. He's not even watching the TV.
Is he?
You can go forward on that. I mean, on the TV, you can bring the TV up to live. Hold on a second, guys. Now you can talk.
Hey, Maddie.
Hey, Maddie, say hi to Richard Hopkins.
What's up, Richard?
Kyle said hi. I don't have the speakers on, so he can't hear you guys.
I'm just glad that he's not sitting on your couch without pants and eating Cheetos.
No. 1931 Leatherworks, what is up, brother? Got another one of your sheaths here. Richard brought his knife up for me to look at. Todd Carr, what is happening, brother?
What's up, 5-door?
What's
up, Terry?
It's Jesse. Good to see all you guys. I hope everybody's having a good week. That was a pretext stop. Cop thought, well, he knew, and the funny thing was, Kyle, he asked me about my wreck, because I have no driver's door. The funny thing is, and this isn't really funny, but I had a situation when I had a Volvo in my driveway that was wrecked, and the city was whining about it being stuck in my driveway, and they wanted it moved. And I said, sure. And I just ignored them. And so for some reason, to my mom's address, they sent me a certified letter to go to city court. And since it didn't come to my address here where I live, where the house is owned by a rental company, I ignored it. And so I was waiting for the cop to come back and say, good news, bad news. I'm going to give you a warning for the stop sign, but step out of the car. I didn't know if that was a arrestable offense or not. I mean, I moved the car. The car's no longer there.
Well, it's no longer there. They can't prove it, right?
And I never got a letter. My mom and I talked about today. No letter ever came. I mean, not one was delivered to my address where you'd think it would be, because that's where the issue was. Bizarre.
Yeah.
But yeah, stop signs are real things. I used to say no cop, no stop, but they've gotten better at hiding. I don't know about where y'all live, but here they all drive those Explorers, those Ford Explorers, and they look like residential vehicles when they're just snuck back there. I used to like it when they were black and whites, and you could see, or blue and whites in Huntsville, and you could see them from a mile away. You had time to hide your beer when they were coming up the trail when we were in high school. Let me share Mad Yako's link. Get some Mad Wax. Paste.
Or the loot boxes. Do you have some of those left?
Scotty, and I've always watched the helicopter coverage, but I'm surprised that I'm not surprised that they use drones.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, and you can't shoot drones, right? Isn't it illegal to shoot a drone with a shotgun, even if it's a private drone?
Well, it's not your property, so I mean, if it.
No, if it was on your property, let's say you lived in a mansion, you're a star, and there's a drone flying out there getting, you know, footage of you or your property, and it was on in your property lines, could you shoot it? I don't think so. I think there's some kind of FAA thing about.
It depends probably on between FAA and then also your local. Are you even allowed to fire a weapon inside city limits? If you're inside
that's totally different. Where most city limits you can't, but I think it has something to do with falling debris.
But you're also, what people don't realize is your property lines go up infinitely,
and they go down infinitely, right?
I don't know about down. I know up.
I think you have I think you have your minimal rights under your plot, I think, or your lot. I went to real estate school. It's been a long time. I used to be a licensed realtor in my past life. I hated that shit. Ouchie.
What's up, Pedro? What's up, Josh? I remember growing up, my dad used to travel for work, and there was multiple times he'd be driving home and calling like, "Hey, this is back before you had GPS and all that stuff, right?" And he'd be like, call the house phone, be like, "Hey, I'm on such and such road. I had to get off.
Good point.
Look on a map and figure out how to get me home because I was running from the cops on the highway." He's taking the back roads trying to figure out how to get home.
And who's navigating you? Your mom?
No, it was my dad. So like he'd tell me like, or tell me or my mom to go get a map and try to figure out where he's at and help.
Hey, that's what you call got your back, dude. That's strong.
That was several times of that.
Sometimes you just got to go, man. I go back to that 99 Problem song by Jay-Z, and you had the decision to make to put the pedal to the floor.
Yep.
Sometimes you got to do it. Man, there's almost every day you see those motorcycles running from cops, and I still don't get that because that never ends good. Occasionally they'll get away, and I've seen a lot of supercars get away, like McLarens and stuff.
It depends. I mean, it depends on where you're at. There's a lot of potential places where there's just no avenue to get away from, especially if it's a one-off car like that.
Yeah, they have those grapplers on police cars, which get behind you and then shoot the wheel and suck you to a stop. I watched that happen live not too long ago.
Be right back.
All right. But yeah, you see more and more though. I just think things are getting crazy, and people are taking more risks because when you see some of these people driving, it's just nuts. That's true. That is absolutely true. But who is that guy? And y'all probably don't know, but it was a dude who was either a live streamer. He was wanted by the New York City cops because they did a lot of reckless street racing that they would like on the highway in these supercars, and they would film it. And he always wore a mask under his helmet, so he didn't have an identity. But he finally got busted after streaming with some other streamer called Neon because they got in a little wreck, and then they fled it. And Neon narked. Yeah, air coverage is hard to beat. The coolest escapes I've seen is when the helicopter and the cops are kind of chasing it. The cops are a little bit behind it. It's in traffic. It's going under an overpass that might have 4 lanes of traffic above it, and the car doesn't come out from under the overpass. And then you see the car just rolling, still rolling under the overpass, and the police have to stop and try to stop the car. And what happened is the criminal jumped out under the overpass and ran whichever way he ran so that the air cover couldn't see him. I thought that was pretty cool. But yeah, he got caught eventually.
Sorry.
Well, that's all right, dude.
We were talking about, what were you talking about before I left? Jay-Z. That still makes me bitter. I had tickets to a concert and then couldn't go, and it was one of my buddies, because we were both Jay-Z fans and both Linkin Park fans, and we're gonna go see Collision Course. He got his buddy worked in promotions and got tickets for us out to the taping out at the Roxy out in LA, and got everything ready, had airfare, had everything, and then work wouldn't let me off work.
I don't think I'd want to be an officer, but I would definitely not want to be chased by an officer. And I definitely would not want to have to jump out. No real reason, buddy. He was traveling. There was a little bit of, not an issue, but just, it has nothing to do with drinking, but I don't drink. And sometimes the lives would get just a little bit wild for me. And it takes a lot to make me feel wild. And I would get DMs from people that had, heard something they didn't like. And I just don't like, just obtrusively polarizing comments in the chat to stir people's emotion and make them feel. You can make each other feel, that's fine. But I don't like it when it's done like that. I love Scotch. I have no problem with Scotch. It's just, Kyle started doing live streams. He seems to bring a lot to it. To me, he teaches me a ton. I love it when Shane and Ryan jump on, or Stevie, or some of you guys. But yeah, I'll stream with those guys again. Which ones you get, Brando?
What's up, Ed?
I love, and I'm one of the few, but I'm a big fan of T-Kill, and they just came out with a little Nautilus. It's the same size as the Melissa EDC and my Piranha. And it wasn't as much that. I'm trying to think I think it all kind of culminated around that night that got so ugly. Just it got emotional. It got heated. And I deal with I kind of am crazy, but I just don't need extra mental gymnastics. And there's so many mental gymnastics just daily anyway, that I try to minimize things in life that cause me stress. Any stress. This life's too short. And not that they cause me stress, but sometimes the responses in the chat, I don't know. It was just time.
I think that's a good enough answer.
Yeah.
So, what I was gonna ask you about. So I was looking at those scales you're showing, and it looks like probably the hexies are the ones I like.
Are you looking at the rock scale, or are you looking at the
the rock scale? They don't have them for the other.
Which night are you doing this for your PM2?
Mannix.
Okay, your Mannix. So I'm going to show you. I've got a Mannix with Roxy. Notice how let me share this. Be easier if you could see it. But what you don't see on these is you don't see the liners. You can get the linerless, which is what I got, which I recommend. And the pattern I got is this hexi scale here. I didn't get the skinny. And the difference in the skinny is when I said height, Kyle, if you look here with the blade on the 1 second to the left, see how that little niblet goes almost into the blade hole?
Okay.
And see on the one to the right, how the scale itself is cut down lower from the blade?
All right. Well, let me do the skinnies.
So the skinny's right to the right. I'm looking at the page I'm showing. So your skinny's right here.
Yeah, I'd rather have the skinny.
Yeah, the skinny I like, but when you're looking at Manixes, they are linerless. I don't know if they make one that you keep the liners with. So that might be
matter because I'm using it for a lightweight.
Oh, cool. So which you said, hold on, which ones? Let me write it down. The Hexi scales?
Yeah, the Hexi skinnies.
I'm fine. When I ordered Shane's and Jeff's and mine, I ordered theirs right and I ordered mine wrong. Not the Critter, Hexi scale skinny right here, right?
Yep. No, Todd, a lot of the aftermarket ones will make all of the versions lightweight. So technically that one won't fit a lightweight, but I can buy a different backspacer and replace the screws with regular Manix screws and it'll fit it. It's more of a workaround.
I thought you could. I guess they're all linerless. I wonder why they don't do them with liners anymore.
Most people wanted to get rid of them anyway. So
I did. I mean, dude, this is turned in. Let me show you this just in full size. And they used to have the sniper gray, which I really liked. But look how smooth that is.
Yeah, they're ties. So I mean, I can always anodize them if I want.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You make them any color.
The difference is the thickness of the blade on the lightweight versus the regular. So the thickness of the backspacer is different. So you have to get a different backspacer to make it work with those scales. And then longer screws.
I got you. Because you're going to, I see what you're saying. So what all are you going to add to it? You said you had some other stuff you were going to do to it besides just scales.
Yeah, I'm going to have to do that backspacer, new screws. I'll do a clip, probably a lanyard hole plug. Now on yours, is that completely filled in or can you put a plug in there?
You can put a plug in there because they sell them.
Okay.
So I bought, let me show you right here. This might have been the one that came with it. You can buy a plug from anywhere that'll fit it if you don't want it to have the lanyard hole. Screen sharing was canceled. Hold on. Share screen. See these little guys?
Yeah. Okay.
So that's the one I used is just the one that was with my Manix. But on my PM2s, I've got a couple that block the hole, and I like those for some reason.
Yeah, I like the plugs better. Richard, you're correct. I'm basically putting
Palmer,
a blade on everything else. Yeah, there's a plug on the Spyder that I like.
I love that, dude. I was hoping Ron would show up to ask a question that you might be able to answer. He picked up a couple of oar locks because he'd wanted a certain configuration. But he wanted different handles. So he got a blue handle with the Damascus blade, and then he got a like copper colored handle, tie handle with the black blade. And what he's wanting is a stonewashed blade. Can you take a black blade if you're somebody like Brian, or you're somebody that knows what you're doing? I told Ryan he definitely couldn't. He thinks he can. But could you take a black S35 VN blade and make it not black?
Yeah.
Make it polished?
Yeah, you just sand it off, and then you can tumble it after you're done for a stone wash.
There you go. Well, but what if you wanted it? What did he say? Polished. I mean, could Brian, is that something that for the right money, Brian has a capacity, people have the capacity to do? I know Lindsay and Richie do. I've seen some of their polished stuff.
If he wanted something like that, Brian used to offer that. I don't know if he's going to do it anymore. He was also doing that Zerblast finish for a while, but I think his books on that are down for the time being, but he might in the future. To do a mirror polish or hazy wash is what they call it, like a mirror polish and then a stone wash. Those are extremely expensive because it's
time consuming. I bet
it's so time consuming and brutal. Like I'm working on one right now that it's a pain in the ass. So yeah, you could definitely take it off there. I mean, like Scott said, you could even media blast it, but then you're going to have to get off that media blast and take it down. So you're still going to have to sand it at some point. But I think he'd be better off sanding and then going to a tumble.
And just stick with that. And you have still a much better look. Well, I thought, because I said, dude, it sounds like you got 2 knives to do a blade swap. He goes, you're not listening to me. Neither one of them have the blade I want. And I was like, why'd you buy them? Like to support Terry. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yep. Scott, you ain't lying, buddy.
Yeah.
It is. So like they've switched because Brian kind of got on to he's using an air profiler. He even did a video a while back. But you have to have a compressor big enough to put up enough CFM to be able to do it. But when you take stones, you can do it, and it becomes a lot easier if you have that and a buffer. But it's still a lot of hard work. So I mean, I'm doing it by hand right now because I don't have all that set up. So yeah, Todd, it definitely depends on the steels and how hard it is as well too. And it's not even necessarily how hard it is. Sometimes it's the steel's more abrasion resistant. Like I'd much rather like CPM 154 is a hell of a lot easier to
polish.
Polish or sand out than like even S35. So
Kyle, on Richard's knife, I didn't know until a couple of weeks ago that this was resin. Did you use a higher grit on this to make it have that natural woodsy look? I love it. He loves it too. I mean, it's gorgeous.
Yeah, that one was sanded up to 1500 and then taken down to 9 micron on the polishing strips that I've got. And then I took and then loaded up with beeswax and then buffed it.
Whose video did I see, the thumbnail too, that said CPM or 154 is better than Magna Cut? And let me tell you why. And I didn't watch the video.
I wouldn't have watched it because that's just dumb if you're talking production to production. Like I've had some 154 that's absolutely insane, but it was not necessarily, I mean, it was custom, but it wasn't necessarily going to be optimal for long-term hard use. I mean, it was probably close to 64, 65.
Right. And I still wonder, I know like where Jacob comes from, not with Very Good Knife Company, but with his dad's company, people weren't buying those for their steel properties, edge retention. They were buying them kind of like, and I don't mean to take anything away from the William Henrys, but just kind of to collect because they were beautiful pieces.
Well, they're art pieces, and that's why a lot of those custom makers do the 154 because it's a hell of a lot easier for them to work on. So they're not going to be used. They don't care about edge retention. It's about how it looks. And they can easier get a mirror finish or a polish finish on a steel like that. Ed, yes, he just opened those up, I think today or yesterday, just opened up the books it's for a lotto. So if you're interested, get on the books, and then he's going to run a lotto for a number of spots. So it's not guaranteed, but yeah, exactly, Scott. RWL 30 or
I love RWL 34. I've got 2 knives with it. My
it's 154.
Is it?
Yeah,
it's just somebody else's version. Is Uberlum's version?
It's in the same. So like 14C Nitro V in what am I brain fart? 14C Nitro V and AEBL. They're all virtually the same. I mean, the properties are so similar that it's almost indistinguishable. Very similar with 154, RWL 34. They're in that same kind of tree family that they don't they're basically the same.
What's the what would you say the best and the worst attributes of R30 RWLR?
It's okay all around. It's not going to have crazy edge retention. It's not super tough. It's decent at corrosion. It's like S30.
A less balanced MagnaCut, a less well.
Considerably less balanced. As far as overall, it's probably a slightly below S35.
I got you.
I mean, it's still okay. I mean, it's not horrible, but it's, so it's decent.
I wonder why Boker puts it on their high-end fixies, that AK1. The nice ones are R34, and then the more budget ones are N690.
It's because that's what they've been doing forever, and they can get away with it. People don't question them.
Scott, did you see him sharpen at TRM, or did you just see the finished slicey blades?
So here's let me see if I can pull up this video. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I'm going to pull up the video. I want to show you something as far as edge geometry versus angle. So give me 1 second. I'll find something for you.
I got you, Scott. Was it on a video or something? Did they have a video showing it? And I'll tell you guys, I talked to a lot of knife people over the last 5 years. Before I had a channel, when I started my channel, during my channel, and the people at Three Rivers Manufacturing are some of the most generous, kindest, charitable people you'll ever meet. They're the kindest. They're my favorite knife company, not just because they're knife slice and they suit me, but because they're such good people, in my opinion. That's subjective. That's my truth. I got you. Speaking of 440C, I had a knife sent to me today. I didn't ask for it. I was approached. It was $15.99 on Amazon. It's gone back up to $19.99. The guy even said you don't have to review it, but I opened it and I was kind of impressed with it. It looks like the size of a paring knife. It's 440C. It's got the thinnest blade and a G10 handle. And it cuts great. I haven't run through a lot of cardboard to see how long that 440C holds an edge, but for $19, I mean, yeah, what should 440C cost on something like that? Like $8?
I don't know. I don't think it's even worth buying. I mean, I think it's at that point.
That's because you haven't seen it, dude. It looks like
I don't care what it looks like. It could look like it came straight out of the Taj Mahal. If it's 440C, I'm not buying it. Like, it doesn't matter. The point of it is just save your money and buy something better.
Very good point.
You don't even have to save your money. It's $15. All right, so let me pull up this video. I'm going to show you, John.
All right, let me get over there. Pull it up. Palmer, that is so cool. Have you ever run by there? If they were close to me, I would love to go.
All right, can you see that okay?
I can. Who is that? What happens when I get this?
He's a knife maker. Let me show you. Tell me if the audio comes through.
Right. Let's do some grapes. First cut.
Damn.
Yes. Yes, indeed. I mean, this is just too fun.
Just wait.
Ooh. Oh my god, am I gonna get the last slice?
Okay. So the reason why I wanted to show that is that knife doesn't have an edge on it.
It's zero edge, just a straight down to the.
It's straight off the grinder, and that is based off of geometry. That's an S grind. It is all about slicing and cutting ability. So that is something that's going to be slicier than something you're going to get from Spyderco and put a 14-degree edge on it. It's just not
right,
gonna
because
be
it's got the apex is thinner altogether when you get down to it, because it just goes straight to an apex, right?
Yeah, I mean it's thinner behind the edge all the way to the spine, and it starts with a thinner blade stock as well too. So you don't have the resistance to cut through. So the ability for something like that to cut is totally different than what you're expecting out of a production knife. And let me hang on. Let me go back. I want to pull up the end when he actually shows off what it looks like. This thing is absolutely stunning.
So will an edge? Hey Matt, how are you, buddy? Will an edge like that hold up pretty good, Kyle, or is it something that's you're gonna have to be honing up pretty regularly? Is it so thin?
That is Damas steel. It'll be okay. But let me go back here. So that Damas steel is based off of its RWL 34 core. Okay, is it up there?
Yeah. See what Scott Ian asked you?
No,
or said?
I
Similar
can't.
idea to a ceramic blade, Kyle.
Give me 1 second. I can't see the screens. I'm over on.
It just says similar idea to a ceramic blade, Kyle.
Watch.
Now look. Wait until you see the pictures of this.
Okay.
Look at
Black
this.
with orange.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay, good.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can we test it?
Let's go test it.
Yeah.
Oh my God, this is beautiful.
How's the time?
The pattern on the handle, which kind of brings it all together, which is really, really cool.
That's a gorgeous knife. I mean, is that something that if you're a pretty established knife maker, you can do? Is that something that like Steve Clary does, or is that something that's super, super special in terms of what he's able to accomplish?
That's more of a specialized. I mean, they could do it, but they just have to learn it. I don't think
When
they
you
don't do
say
it
S
currently.
grind, I'm trying to think how if it goes
So-
flat down to bending. Where's your S, or what makes it S?
It's a hollow in the middle.
I got you.
So what it does is it creates separation for food release. So when you're pushing down through a cut, the food doesn't stick to the blade; it falls off.
So it's like my Fibonacci grind without all the
No.
other grinds. Well, that center one's indented, but are you talking about it's more indented?
There's literally a hollow right through the middle of it.
And I know this won't, listening hollow, this won't make you like that knife anymore, but they reached out to me to see who would be another good reviewer. And I gave them Scabs. I said, if you want somebody to beat the hell out of it, and Scabs really likes it.
So, okay. So like just in context, that knife that he just showed off, he sells he doesn't sell a lot. He sells some customs. But he's a former chef, and he goes around and meets other chefs and gets cool stories about them, and then makes a knife customized for them, and then makes videos on it. That knife is probably somewhere in the neighborhood of $2,500 to $3,000.
Wow. But for somebody that's a chef, that's an investment in your work, in your livelihood, and it'll probably save you time and waste.
Most chefs aren't spending that much money on a knife, but that's more of a collector's piece or I mean, there are some guys that will use it, but not a lot. But when it's given to you, that's different. But
Nice cut, 69. Congratulations, dude. That's one of the knives I really want.
Oh, congrats. What was Scott's question? I'm sorry, I missed it.
It wasn't as much of a question as it was kind of like ceramic, Kyle, I think is what it said. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, similar idea to ceramic blade, Kyle. I think you were talking about the way it's ground, and I don't know if that's him asking you or if he's saying ceramic blades ground similar to that. I don't know.
I'm not sure the context on that. Give me more info, Scott, and I'll be willing to help or listen or whatever.
Pontificate on the thoughts.
Yeah, I'm not sure where the
whippersnapper, such a sexy little knife. I like the sheep's foot better, but I would take either one.
Knife nut. Yeah, dude, that dude's super cool. So anyways, that guy, he's done a lot of cool builds and stuff. And he does mostly like that fancier artwork stuff, but he also does some more traditionalized Japanese style.
It kind of makes you wonder what makes people get into certain types of knives. I asked Colin that, my buddy Colin McGuire, who made that knife for me, who makes all those weird chef knives and stuff. It doesn't look like anybody would want. He said he just likes it. Have y'all watched this video yet, or y'all know anything about it? Because I don't. It's Erica's video, response to Outdoor 55 steel hardness, dulling apex stability.
No,
I haven't seen Outdoor 55's video, and I haven't seen Erica's response.
don't want to watch it.
I don't either. I just didn't know if any of y'all did. But I think Outdoor 55, I met that guy. I think he's very credible. I could be wrong.
Alex is pretty good. I just don't want to have discussion about.
No, I got you.
Then
I backed away from it.
No, you're fine, buddy. I'm just trying to. I'm just, if you don't have nothing else to say, don't say anything at all.
I got you,
Scott. So yes, it's so thin that it comes down to, a zero grind. So it's going to slice through anything, even without an edge.
So is a zero grind is it just for chef knives, or could you get by with a good EDC knife with a zero grind, or would you want some? I don't think you would want some for strength, right? You want some kind of grind there for strength.
Well, it depends on, so like there's true zeros like that, and then you have complete convex zeros like
like my Black River,
like a rocks like that, or like a Rockstead, that will hold up okay, but
because they've got a little width in them.
There's there's thickness behind the edge. It's different than, so that's why on that S grind it's harder to do, because you don't have, the blade stock is thin to begin with. You don't have a lot to remove, and then you take it out of the center, so you're almost blowing through the center.
So are those normally just going to be honed with a ceramic rod between uses, or how do
that or Japanese, or use Waterstone's Japanese traditional sharpening?
I got you.
I mean, you can sharpen them on anything, but that's just kind of how it's done. So that's hilarious.
Second best question of the night.
Batty. Palmer, what do you want in the spend? If you don't want anything fancy, if you want a user, Shane's doing kitchen knives that are looking pretty decent now.
They're looking amazing. Let me go to his page.
Yeah, all right, I'll pull it up right now. I got it.
All right. Let me stay in the chat. Hey, Milk Ranger, how are you, buddy? Welcome, my friend.
There you go, Palmer. That's about a 9 to 10 inch K-tip.
We don't know how to blow that up, do we?
I mean,
I can see it. I can see it perfectly fine here.
Yeah, it's as big as I can make it.
Yeah, it looks good.
So
now, was that the one he auctioned off?
No, that is that was a purchase by a patron.
That's a gorgeous knife.
Yeah, and it's pretty darn slicey. Now, I mean, granted, you're not expecting the same thing from that as you are from what we just showed on the screen, because it's different style of grinding. But that is for the blade stock thickness and for how that's done, that's extremely well made. And
it seems to me it would be a lot harder the longer the blade was to get it right. Is that not true?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily, because your template or whatever you're using is holding it all flat.
Yeah, so the blade stock on this was going to be thicker than what was started on the other one, I would assume. And going to a zero grind, you're taking off more material. This was probably 8 to 10 thou prior to sharpening, and then it adds a couple after sharpening, comparable to basically 0 on the other one. So there's a big difference there.
So this is a stupid question. Zero grind, you said sharpening. So after it's done, You put it in the sharpener and set it to 0 degrees and sharpen each side, or
No, it's already sharp. You literally grind it.
And you don't put it in the sharpener. You don't.
Correct. It's to a complete V. It's to a complete 0 grind.
I got you. Okay. I thought you said something about sharpening, which made me think there was a step where you had to perform that a little bit better.
Scott, so I've had a dogwood in and worked on them. They're pretty nice. I don't know what is charging nowadays, but I know that like the one on screen is over 50% less than an entry level dogwood. And Maddie, what was the nanner slices? That was me. That was my breakfast when I took that picture.
You take some great pictures, dude. The way you get that logo to show up, and I know you do special things to get that, but
yeah,
they are outstanding. It makes a difference.
I was struggling tonight, so we're not going to talk about that.
Struggles happen.
Well, I got a ton of new equipment that I was tinkering with, and it just wasn't turned out the way I wanted it, so I just got to play with it some more.
Just kind of get it set up the way you want it.
Yeah, I just got to experiment and figure out what I like and what's working, because it just.
Is it secret equipment or is it a certain type?
No, it's just I got added in a second flash and another modifier and reflector, and just trying to get some different looks out of it.
Very cool. Yo, have you guys seen Severed Metal Customs? No, but I'm gonna look them up. Severed.
Todd, you're absolutely correct. That's what cracks me up is so like some of these professional shops, like they'll charge, a flat amount and then buy the inch after that for kitchen knives. They're doing them on whetstones, and they're primarily doing kitchen knives. That's what their shop set up like. And people are like, oh, well, it's cheap. It's only, $10 flat and then extra.
He'll run out. Yeah,
dollar an inch, but they'll literally have those done in 10 minutes or less because it's so thin. They're not really moving much metal.
That's odd. He's got a YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, but no Instagram. Maybe he got tired of all the. Those are interesting looking knives. They look beefy. Boschiz. I like his little logo though. Kyle, what are your most carried knives?
I don't know. I rotate out. Like I have like probably 5 or 6 that I carry, but I don't. Most of them just sit. My Mannix is up there. My Copper Hinder is up there. My Aurelia is up there.
Aurelia is great, and I've never owned one, but I have played with one.
McNeese is up there. And probably to round it out would be
Scott, N, that's such a true statement. And
probably the ABW.
I love that knife.
But like I have so many good ones I don't even carry. Like I don't carry.
What about the Shiro?
What about it?
Do you carry it?
No, I don't have one.
Oh. Maybe he's talking to somebody else.
Like I don't carry any of my Brian Browns anymore. They just sit. I don't carry my MBKs really. I just got stuff that just sits. I don't carry much. I get stuck in a rut.
I'll try to pick out one at least every couple of days. I'll try to carry what I'm reviewing just to see how it carries. That's one of the things I can talk about somewhat. Like I know what I'm talking about.
Palmer, I'm sorry. Demonoc, that was Demonoc said that. I rarely carry the PM2. I got it all pimped out and then I never carry it. But this is still my favorite MBK knife.
Swordfish? No, which one is that?
It's dirty, or that's fingerprint magnet because it's polished. Give me a second. Wipe it off. That's the XLC, extra large carry. That's a 3 3/4 inch blade, and that's an integral. That one's been been discontinued for a long time, several years.
That is very slick.
But I love that.
Brando's got a question for you. I'll be right back.
Yep. Heavy use EDC. Okay. Give me some more info on heavy use. Is it going to be for cutting, or is it going to be more for like splitting or chopping? I would say if you're looking for a tough steel, 14C is up there. If you're on a budget, if you're looking for something a little bit with more edge retention and don't mind giving up a little bit on toughness, you could look at Crewware or 3V. Those are probably my top 3 steels for that type of thing. But then also those are going to be carbon based, so you got to take care of those versus the 14C is going to be stainless, so you don't have to worry about corrosion on that. That's probably my top 3 though for outdoor use.
For fixies?
Yeah.
What were those again? Just run through them real quick because I missed
on a budget 14C. If you want something with a little more edge retention but drop a little bit in toughness and don't mind carbon, going to Crewware or 3V. And that rounds up my top 3 for heavier use fixed blades.
Good answers.
I mean, you could do magnet cut. It's going to be a good all around steel, but it's not going to be
exceptional in any really area, right?
Yeah, it's not going to be as tough, but it's going to be better all around than pretty much any of the steels I described.
But it's going to also come at the cost, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, yeah, exactly. There's a compromise on everything. There's not a perfect steel.
Palmer, I went through all my knives and I've got a shitload. It's been about 6 months now, and trying to figure out what was the perfect EDC knife for me. And it turned out to be the PM2. Even though I don't carry them that much, I've got 3 of them.
Demonoc, here. Well, I'll just give you a tour of it so you don't have to just see pictures. So this one, the same thing. This is basically the only thing that's stock on this one is the blade. That is a Maximet PM2. It's hard to see in the light when we get there.
I like that stopper.
That is zirconium frag scales. That is a zirconium plug. Bronze tie hardware. Bronze tie backspacer. Geared backspacer. Bronze tie clip.
Machine clip.
Yep.
Bronze hardware, it looks like.
Yep. And I have a CME. I just never put it on there. But so that's everything on that one. And that is pretty much all, actually, not pretty much all of that is met and boss except for the hardware. I think the hardware is, I don't know, Flytanium or something.
But the liners are original, right?
Yeah, that's because they still take, the compression lock still takes the liners in there.
Bando's giving you a little more information.
Okay. Same answers for those. If you want the edge retention, go for. You don't mind the corrosion, go for Crew Air. If you want to actually impact a little more, go for 3V. Or if you don't care about touching it up as often, go for 14C on a budget.
Palmer, if you like the G10 scales, I think Spyderco makes some of the best G10 that feels the best. And I wouldn't worry about switching it if you like it. You can always switch it down the road. I do it just because I like modding stuff. If you can call that modding, that's not really modding. Kyle, they have a K390 PM2 on bento box.
That's cool. I did. Is that
True Wear's the best, in my opinion, Josh. I like it too.
Is that a new exclusive they just came out with?
I Googled it tonight because somebody else talked about it. I didn't know anything about the bento box selection, but some of them were in M390. I don't know if those were different years. I've never heard of bento box.
I've heard of it. I never.
Let me Google it because that just took me to like a trade page. Bento. Yeah, it just has collector's corner, so you have to scroll through all of these to find the one you're looking for.
Oh, is it like a secondary site?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it looks like this. And like when I clicked on the one I searched for, it took me just to the top.
Damn it. I missed that sale. They may do another one later.
Which one was that?
Demon. I was going to tell you to go up there and snag them now, but their sale's gone already. And I should have ordered some parts. Last week, Mitten Boss had an end of summer sale. 35% off everything.
Mitten Boss has turned their game around, guys. I mean, they really have. I wonder how you search on here. I don't want to just go down and look at all these damn knives. Pair 3, I want pair 2. Pair 2, K390, $264 right here. Can you see it?
Okay. That's cool.
But what is bento box? Is it just a place that buys old new stock?
Apparently. They're not secondary, so they're just selling. They get certain runs and some exclusives, it looks like, from what people in the chat are saying. Rob and Dawson and Josh.
Well, that's one thing cool. I'm hoping Shane comes up tomorrow and we get to run over to Knives and More, because they get so much new old stock in there that people trade, because a lot of their customers are just collectors. They don't cut anything with their knives. They come back in the Benchmades in the socks with the axis lock thing still under the clip. I mean, these people just, I don't know why they buy them. Yeah, that one I showed, that 941 tie -0. You know how soft tie is, how it scratches? There was not one mark on that knife. That knife, I don't think, has ever been carried.
Palmer, they've gone down significantly in price. When I got mine, they were $240. Now they're $179, I think. So that is,
it's Rob 10.
That's probably what I'm waiting on. If I were to get another one, I would probably get a Rex 121 PM2 again.
And the one that's going away.
Or I still wouldn't mind snagging a Sage 5 and Rex 121.
And 15V's what's allegedly eventually going to go away, right? The others that you mentioned are going to stay around, the different Rexes and stuff.
A lot of them. Whoa. Oh. Dawson, you got to send me some info, buddy.
Hold on. Where'd I pass that? Where is he higher?
No, at the very bottom. If that's the one I'm thinking it is, you need to hit me up. I need to see that.
That's the way deals happen. That's the way.
But no, he's not going to come off of that. But no, I just wanted to see it.
The other thing was on that Benchmade that I didn't understand, the 941 tie -01. If you go back to Arizona Knives, it was originally, I think, $4,895, but it's like a 11-year-old knife. This one was number 7 out of 500. The one at Arizona Knives was like in the hundreds out of 500.
Oh, nice.
This thing was like $1,200, dude. S30V, titanium, axis lock, reversible clip, but it was a 940, basically 941. And I like the 941 blade shape. I would love just a basic 941, even though I'm over Benchmades and bar locks as a whole.
I dislike those, but Palmer, I'm sorry, I thought you meant zirconium, but you said zircotai. Yeah, those are pricey. But if you look at what it costs to buy a bar sock of zircotai, they're not charging all that crazy amount of money. D metal, hell yes. I wish they would make a Tanto in like a super steel. Like if they did a Tanto in Crucible, not Crucible, but in Crewware, where they did it in
S30V, it'd be fucking badass like that one.
That is gorgeous. I love that blade shape, but
it's S30V. But what's great about this knife is the blade's so much heavier than the Warncliffe or the regular drop point that it just feels so much better opening and closing. It's just got more mass.
You know what else is great about that? The resale value on the Tantos is insane.
Is it really?
Oh my God, yes. To me, the Warncliffe is the hideous one. I don't like the Warncliffe at all. Plus, they did an XHP, which I'm not a fan of.
Yeah, what was that the only one that they did? Because I know this is the Cutlery Shop one.
It was a Cutlery Shop exclusive. That's the only one that they did the Warncliffe in.
It cuts really good.
I like the one. I don't think they ever released it. They kept teasing it, doing the Bowie.
The Bowie looked cool.
I agree, but I don't think they ever released it.
No, I don't wonder if those were real pictures or if those were just like maybe little weird protos that they were showing, getting feedback. Because sometimes it takes them a few years to bring something like that out.
Yeah, dude. If they did a Crewware like a Rex 76, Rex 121 Tanto, I'd pay $400 for it. That thing would be unreal. Scott, that depends on. There are restrictions depending upon where you're at. Not everybody can buy it.
Is that the stuff that burns so hot that we watch from?
Yes.
Grimsmo burn that shit up.
Yeah, zirconium. And zirconium is only gray when you get it. Like when it looks black, like on mine, or polished like that, it's a flame finish. You have to heat it up and then quench it to get the black.
Like if you're just cleaning it up, do you just use Windex or something? Or do you have to do more to it to get it back to?
No, I just wipe it off with whatever. Doesn't matter.
I think that was the Blade HQ exclusives. The M4 is what my buddy's got. I don't know where I found the S30V. I think I traded for it, but I don't remember.
The M4 would be a good one too. I'll
tell you what, that's interesting.
After doing an absolute metric F ton of Spydercos in the last 3 years, I can, now that I've done probably 7 to 10 of them, I can without a doubt say that the steel that gets the absolute sharpest out of their entire lineup is this right here.
What is that?
The Rex 45.
The Rex 45, and you're using the same progressions. It just makes that much different because of the way the grains are.
That knife takes the nastiest edge of any of their blade steels that I've ever tested.
But you can get them all really sharp, can't you?
Oh, without a doubt. But I'm just saying, like, it takes the nastiest edge at all Spydercos that I've tested.
Have you sharpened any TRM neutrons or atoms?
Yeah.
When you look at your notes, give me an angle that you would recommend. You don't have to now. I don't need it now.
Well, I'm just looking. I mean, I got it. Let me see if I
Nice, Jeffrey.
19.
19 degrees.
That's what the last one I had in, I took it to.
Do you think it started at 20, 21, or
probably, give or take? Yeah, because I'm looking at the notes on that one. I did. That was a big order. That guy had 6 knives, and looks like most of those are he wanted pretty close to factory. So that's going to be roundabout factory.
What's weird is some companies I've noticed list their blades as combined, and some are per side. And the one that I'm thinking of is TKL has that Guardian that's real thick, that's got the thick bevels, and they say they're 60-degree bevels. Well, I'm not a geometry guy, but I can't imagine a 60-degree and a 60-degree. It almost seems like it'd have to be 30.
It's a 60 inclusive, which means it's 30 per side.
And a lot of them don't say that. I wonder why. It seems like because it's all under sharpening instructions, and it just gives the one number.
Well, I'm not going to go there.
Palmer, did you find the Google Bowie PM2 on Google? The only Rex I've got is Rex 45 on my Bradford that I traded with Shane because luckily it was too small for him.
Unfortunately, Bradford was not the best with their.
I know.
Unfortunately, Bradford's not been the best with a lot of their steels, which sucks because they make some nice knives, and for good prices, but.
I think it comes down, Kyle. And again, this is just me thinking business. And I think Bradford's a pretty big company, right? Hey, Cat Scratch.
Yeah, they're part of the whole Tops SE group.
Right. And Tops, I'll never work with them. I'm not even going to tell that story. But I was thinking that big companies like that aren't going to be able to do the same things with their steel, and probably don't think they need to, right? They probably can. They've always. Huh?
They can if they care.
Sure, they could if they cared, but at what law? I mean, again, I have a hard time gauging what they're thinking, right? After talking to Jacob, his sounded like it was more demand than anything else. What's up, Cat Scratch?
There's not a huge difference in cost and or consumables as what people make it out to be.
But let's assume that 90% of the people that are buying knives from Jacob, and I'm just making I'm pulling that number out of the air. Don't watch YouTube.
Hypothetically. All right.
Don't watch YouTube. So they're not even thinking about some of these other steels. And then Jacob starts making them, let's say a Nitro V and S45. Not that he ever would, because that would make sense. And people start saying S45, I'm not buying that, because they just personally don't know what it is, or some better metal, right? I don't know. I don't know. I do know that TKL's getting away from it. For a different reason.
Yeah. To me, that's part of on a business sense, because I care about that. Not everyone cares, but how I look at it is I want to give, even what I do with my business, I want to give my customers the best bang for their buck. So
it's the best way to run a successful business.
I want to use that as informative tools. I would say, yes, you may be used to ADC or V2, but
let me educate you on why this is better so you can share it with your customers.
Correct. And then also, this is why it's a better value, because you're getting an upgraded steel and it's not much more. Now, the people that charge, whatever, they do something in, I'm just going to say, hypothetically, they do something in like S35, and then they do something Magna Cut, and they want to upcharge you $125. That is complete utter horseshit, because the cost difference of those two steels is negligible, and the consumables on those two steels is negligible. So there's really
no need to have any.
Only reason they're doing that is solely for the hype of the name.
Very good point. Very good point. I mean, and just for an FYI, I don't know if it's going to happen, but I'm trying to make it happen, and I've been told there's a very good chance it'll happen. We may have Tim Kell join us Friday night where we can ask questions. I know Kyle would like to ask questions. I'm going to try to get Shane here for that too. Just friendly, just Yeah, I think every question that you've made me ask or make me want to ask are questions that if I was a maker, I would know people are asking. So I could give my perspective on it, or maybe learn to do something that might be different down the road. You never know.
I would be willing to listen to you pitch me on the idea, but I'm not sold because I'm not sure that the conversation would be open. I think it would be very closed off, and I don't want to have that get into an argument because.
Dude, you're killing our content. That is great content. If you and Tim are just yelling at each other from square to square, and Shane and I are just looking at it like kind of with that dazed look, that's gold.
Well,
I'm kidding. But
I'm not that type of person, but I'm also not going to let someone just blow smoke up your entire chat's ass either. So.
No, and that's why, dude, I look at you as not a protagonist, or I look at you as kind of a, no, really, it's this way. And I've got the facts to prove it. And that's one thing I've learned about Shane is if Shane ever argues something with you, he will never make an argument if he's not 100% sure or 99.9% sure he's right, because he doesn't like losing arguments. He just won't argue.
Yeah. I thought I saw it coming up here.
Jeffrey, you're going to love that. Satu reground 3 blades for me. Not as nice as that, but they are all amazing.
What's up, Brian? Good to see you, buddy. I try to be very reasonable. Demon Eye. Yes, it's pretty solid. For a production, I trust it as much as any other production company.
Hey, Jeffrey. I sent this to Satu when he was just practicing grinding. He hadn't started barefoot yet. And this is my Formax Elite. He kept the tip broad and hollow ground. The knife and the grinds are perfect.
Jeffrey, what blade shape did you go with? Yes, this is a Satu regrind.
Oh, yeah, dude, he did a great job on that one. He had one little issue, but he was early on my buddy A to Z's. It had a little bit of recurve in it. Or there was an area towards the blade where there was no edge.
Yeah, your coat on mine is a little bit off, but I'm not kind of sweat it. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, it looks great. That's the most important thing, and I'm sure it cuts good.
Yeah.
Scott in, I was not using it as a I wasn't using it at all. I bought it because it was on sale at Midway. I got a great deal on it, and I always liked the Big Scout, but it was more of a novelty knife. So when Satu reached out to me, I sent him that. I sent him my 8015, and then I sent him one other knife. I forget which one. But yeah, just because I just wanted to see what it would do. And what's amazing about it, I've got an 8010, got the full grind that's super thick.
Yeah, that's back when he was practicing.
Yeah. But dude, he was quick. But this is my Formax Scout, or my Formax Elite. It is super slicey. But yeah, it's not, the Formax was designed to be a beater. I just don't beat with it. I just usually show it off to show Satu's work off. I used to use it as a size comparison knife, but I don't even do that anymore. I use a Sharpie, a Bug Out, and a PM2, unless I'm doing fixed blades.
What's up, B Shady?
B Shady.
Thanks, Demon Eye. Appreciate that. I didn't watch Sundays yet, Dawson. I'm assuming it's 3V. Because that's what he does most of his stuff in.
Who's that?
Satu, Reblade.
I wonder why he loves 3V.
That's his favorite by far.
I love his Sunday knife chats are some of my favorite content.
I used to watch him pretty regularly, and I've been Ooh, K390. Interesting. Did he treat? Because I know he was still working on getting stuff sorted there.
Not on mine, no. Yes, got in. It is it makes it very, very slicey. What's great about it for somebody like Brian or Satu, there's so much meat there that you can take out, and he was able to keep the tip just as thick. I just think it's really cool. And it looks different. And it was I wanted something that David done. I don't know if y'all have ever met him. I've met him twice. I hung out for a while last year at Blade Show, and that guy is so freaking kind. He is such a nice, genuine, good human being. He'll just talk to you about not just knives, but anything, while he's got people around. Just a good guy. I want Satu to succeed. I know he will because he's so talented.
Yep.
But he's also got the personality to engage people, to make people feel, I think, like they're putting their money with a good business.
Dawson, that's cool. I didn't know he had done it. I haven't, like I said, I used to watch him pretty regularly, and I haven't been keeping up in the last couple months as much.
Yeah, Todd, I totally get that, buddy. I totally get that. If you're hard using it, and I'll use my 80-10 some for that, but I rarely hard use stuff. I've got a little hatchet that I'll take camping, and then I've got a K-bar kukri that I got on sale at Smoky Mountain Knives for like $48. Just a basic polymer handle, probably $10.95 kukri, and I like that around the campsite. It's what I kind of chop with, but I don't chop normal stuff. I'm kind of a city slicker knife guy.
I camp at the Marriott, so I'm not needing anything.
Yeah, Scott, he is. I think we were there the same time that you would have met him. And I forget the young lady he walks around with, his friend, but I met her too. Just good people. Very humble. Because he's very almost shy about his work. Because I was telling him how much I have been enjoying the knives. He's like, oh man, I was just practicing on those. I appreciate it. He's almost like embarrassed or didn't like to hear the praise.
Right. Yeah, like when I sent him that Hinder, and I had another knife I needed him to do some machine work on. And he did it, and he wasn't happy with it. And then he ended up wanting me to send it back to him. So I sent it back to him. He fixed it up and was basically like, sorry, I knew I was in a rush to get it done. I should have just waited and did it better the first time. But yeah, he didn't want to take money from me. I was like, no, dude. He's like, no, I'm not. So
dude, he wouldn't let me pay shipping.
You know what I ended up doing? I had his address because shipping the knives. So I just ended up going online to True Grit, ordering him a bunch of belts and shipping him belts.
Good for you, dude. That's so awesome. I should have done something like that. That is cool. Cause he is he's one of the good ones for sure. And I think he's the kind of guy that if you ever called up and you were trying to figure something out, he'd take the time to talk to you.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yep.
Brian, you've been making some cool stuff, Brian F. I've seen a lot of your stuff lately that looks just banger. You guys are all so talented. I can't even build Legos and make them look right if I've got the instructions.
I think this is going out tomorrow.
What that?
The Last Joke Wolf.
Oh, the Joke Wolf.
K390.
Hollow ground, sharpened by you. I love that.
Yep.
I love the way the scale transitions. I know it looks unique. I love the way that's done.
It's a cool little knife.
Very cool little knife. Very, very cool. Yeah, he is he not only will send people he doesn't know knives. I know situations where without people had to go find out who sent them a knife. And Dave has gifted so many people in the community knives that they mentioned that they like that are very fine knives. I personally know some of my friends who've been recipients of the kindness, and it's just, he's not looking for a return address or I sent you this. He's just, I think somebody'd like this. I mean, he's that kind of guy. And he's a cat guy, which I have to give him extra cred points for having cats.
So Dawson, that's funny you brought that up. That was one of the more generous donations. We had someone during the Jason Brown raffle last year donate a tier, not the XL, but the regular one. I mean, no reserve, didn't want anything for it, just donate completely, basically brand new to raffle off, or not to raffle off, but to auction off. And that it's a cool knife for sure.
I agree, buddy. Well, I think they're aliens. I think they could be aliens too. They're definitely odd. Oh yeah, I mean, Tippy will walk under my camera just to do it because she knows I don't edit.
Brian, that's awesome, buddy. Did you do them, or did Terry do them, or what would you have done to those? Terry's getting ready to work on some projects for me.
What's he doing for you? You don't have to say if it's a project that's secret. I'm just throwing it out there. You don't have to talk about it.
We're doing some prototypes of some stuff I wanted done. He thinks he can do it, so I'm excited about that. Josh, it's fine. I mean, like with my stones, I don't really have any trouble sharpening anything. If you have the right tools, everything's fine. Like if you have
the right stones.
Yeah, I mean, if you have basic water stones, you're going to be sitting there for a pack of lunch. But if you have good diamond stones or a especially a bonded diamond stone, then they'll be fine. I mean, I think that knife's so thin too. I think I knocked that thing out in about 20 minutes. It's versatile, but you don't have to take it up high, which is nice. You can leave it toothy, you can take it polished, you can do a lot with K390, but it doesn't with the right stones, it doesn't take much to cut it. But you know, everyone complains about, like, you know, this knife's hard to sharpen, and a lot of times the harder the steel is, it's not harder to sharpen. It's just having the right stones and the right tools. Like, to me, the hardest knife to sharpen is a cheap gas station knife, because
you can't get it to burr up at all.
Well, it burrs, but then you can't get it to release because it just flips from side to side to side to side. It ends up you're basically like smushing the steel across. You're smearing it, and it doesn't want to flip. Those are the hardest steels to sharpen. Like a ZDP at 70 or at 67 is not hard to sharpen. A Maximus not hard to sharpen. These harder steels are actually easier to sharpen than those cheap, shitty steels. So, what?
I just kicked myself out, I think. No, I didn't.
No, you're here.
I was trying to download this video and it won't let me because I wanted to see if any of you guys had seen this. And I sent Zach a picture when I was down there, and I sent him an Instagram. And I know he doesn't check it much, but I didn't know if he was familiar with this knife. Have you seen that, Kyle?
Yeah, I saw you posted.
Oh,
yeah. I saw the short of it.
That was the note I got Monday morning from my buddy. I had some hate ones in here. This was kind of funny too. This is one that Richard shared with me. It's the perfect knife. How much is it? It varies. You just keep putting money in until you're broke and hope for the best. Isn't that a funny meme?
Yeah. Brando, that's a decent set for a budget price. If you want to get into some that will last longer and perform a little better, you can, but it's going to cost you. It just depends on what you're using it for and how often you're going to use them. If you're using them sporadically, then yeah, it'd be fine. If you're going to do it frequently, then I would say invest in a little bit nicer ones. Todd, S110 is a unique bird. To me, it's all about the deburring process, and I go really high on my honing for deburring on that, and then I go to strop.
When you say high, does that mean you stay gritty?
No, so like if say I take it S110, say I take it to 600. Normally I would hone and deburr at 600 or like 1,000, right? With S110, I jump, so I'll go to like 2,000, 3,000, and
Are you
deburr
just
off.
trying to minimize the size of that burr so it'll snap cleanly?
Yeah, I'm trying to basically get it to where it's almost falling off, non-existent, and then I take it to a strop and get the last little bit. But otherwise, if you keep it at where it's at, it'll just keep curling, and you'll end up getting it to the point where if you take it to a strop, it just snags and it won't pop off. It can be a pain.
Rob 10, my thought on that is I've never owned one in Maximat, but I've had a buddy break a Maximat blade in his hand. And every year that I went to the Spyderco second booth at Blade Show, most of the blades on there were available were Maximat. And I wonder if they have production issues where they're losing quite a bit of inventory because of warping, cracking, things like that. And they're just, that's a burden or a roadblock for them bringing more out.
Well, it's also a cost thing because that is one of the stones. I'm sorry, stones. That is one of the steels that is definitely more cost prohibitive than other steels. So you're going to have a much larger cost. It looks like one in the PM2 is like 270 in that. So it's definitely a higher cost steel.
Richard Paul Mills has got some bangers. He and I have traded. He's responsible for a lot of my cool knives.
Dawson, you did. I'll check it out here in a second. Yeah. So, Todd, those are good. I haven't tried them, but from everything I've heard, those are pretty good for the price point. I was going to show you one other option that just came out that's I think is a pretty good price value. This one here, this just came out. It's their start. So double-sided, you can get either 150, 220, and then you could do 500. So you can do two, and you're looking at 270, and you'd have basically all the way up from coarse all the way up to 1,000 grit. And being a CBN stone, it's going to last a lot longer, and it's going to give you a nicer edge.
Is it better to hold a stone like that, or is it better to put it on a bench clamp, or does it matter?
Personal preference.
Okay. How you learned and how you're best with it?
Yeah. The only issue I have with this is, so these are made by Poltava, which I love Poltava, but this is their entry level CBN stone. So it's not the best that you can get. But that's also reflected in the cost. So you're paying less for it. So this one is a better version of it, but you're paying a lot more.
Double.
Right. And that's only single-sided. So that's only one grit.
So you're really paying 4 times for it.
Correct. And still, even that one, the metallic bonded one, is not their top stone. There's another one that you can get, which is the silver, which they don't even offer it yet. I mean, you can order them, but they're going to be like 450 to 500. But that's what the Poltava silver is the one I'm talking about. That's this one here. That one cuts like an MFer, and that one is the one that's going to be super expensive. But I mean,
it'll last forever, won't it? Pretty much. Richard, you do have more than me, I think. We'll count tomorrow.
Yeah, for the most part. Because, I mean, hell, this one is just a 6x1 instead of an 8x3 bench stone, and these are $107. So an 8x3 is going to be, I think, when I got the price sheet, I think a retail would have had to have been close to $450 on them. And that's a single grit. But if you're doing a ton, then that time savings is valuable and it makes sense. But if you're not doing a ton, then it's nominal. It's not worth the price point change. And I always say too that your first stone, I have no problem spending a ton of money on your first stone because that's where the majority of your work's going to get set and done. And then
That's
everything
where
else,
your angle and everything, right?
and everything else from there is just refining it. So the first stone, spend a decent chunk of change of your budget on, and then you can always add going up your grits as you go on.
I use convex stones in my hands if I'm doing a convex or just honing. Otherwise, I let that. It makes sense.
Yeah, exactly, Todd. I like to hone that way, versus trying to crane my neck down to see the angle. Scott, nano hone is interesting. They do some cool stuff, but a lot of their stuff is, in my personal opinion, not everyone's, but is a lot of it's marketing, and they're very spendy for what you get. Obviously designed by one of the best sharpeners of all time, arguably, and cool stuff, but it's crazy spendy. And for the price point of that, I would go. There's other stuff I would look into. Like I would.
Todd, are you talking about grit? Everything?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So like, if you could do if you wanted to go bench and you wanted to do like the best of the best, I would go a CBN for my cutting stone, and then work my way up into my polishing stones, and then go to like a vitrified. But then again, you're spending $300 or $400 on a stone.
And talk to me like I'm a kindergartner. The difference in bonded and vitrified. I know bonded, it's all stuck together all the way to the plate, right?
Yeah. So it's how it's. I'm not a scientist, so don't shoot me on that. But it's how it's in contact with the substrate. And vitrified means it's like molecularly attached. A bond, all the way through. A bonded means it is a plating type of a deal.
With vitrified being more desirable?
Yes.
Okay.
And also more expensive.
Well, yeah, exactly. I just didn't know. So I guess that's going to wear longer because of the way it's set up and stay true longer.
Like this. This is beneath. These are resin bonded. So it's got layers of diamonds impregnated in the resin.
All the way, yeah.
As you wear it down, you resurface it.
The
resin comes off, and the diamonds come back up to the top, right? On a vitrified CBN like this, it's basically the entire, all the way through, and there's very little substrate. Instead of having resin there's very little.
It's mainly just diamonds.
It's majority of the CBN. So that makes a big difference. You're getting a more even pattern across. So like here, you could have diamond here. I'm going obviously dramatic, but you could have here. On that one, it's going to be more uniform all the way across. You're going to get a more uniform scratch pattern.
Sometimes that happens, Knife Nut. Skiffs just aren't always perfect. I know on concepts they're a pain because concepts have that washer. Hey, Brando says, what about whetstone sharpeners? Are those any good? And I know there's different steels, but I don't know the.
I would steer clear of Win. That's kind of a budget.
A pocket knife or a carbon steel?
No, it's just a budget brand, and they don't make. I would go to.
Oh, Win. I didn't see the Win brand. I just saw the whetstone. I'm sorry.
I would go to an actual company who makes their own stones.
Great analogy, Jeffrey. Great analogy.
That's
See, that's something my brain can pick up on because I liked eating Elmer's glue, but I only ate super glue once, and it made my lips stick shut. I hated that shit.
damn life nut.
It happens sometimes, though, dude. I mean, and I'll go and you can measure the pivot, you can measure the bearings. What I've noticed on mine is like for some reason, Concept they don't use a flat washer; they use this little cupped washer, and none of the skiffs seem to make it better or make it more centered. It just makes it feel janky.
What was that other brand that was doing them?
Salt and pepper.
Yeah.
Are they still around?
I don't know. I can't remember. What was the name of the company though?
Hold on. It was not Griffin. Lefty used to shill for him, and he kind of quit, which made me think something. And he I know he said he likes skiffs better. I would really like to do Off the Edge with him again. We kind of had an awkward couple of encounters. We ate dinner together at the Kaiser thing, and
what's up, Gareth?
Well, that didn't help me. All right, what I'm looking for salt and pepper bearings. It just took me to a nice restaurant and made my mouth water.
Hang on, let's see if I can.
Gillian's.
Gillian's, yep.
Yep. And let's see, they are still have a website. They got a compatibility list. They only ship on Monday and Friday, which is kind of lame.
I got some interesting news back today. Speaking of the those that pivot I was told you I was showing, I was having an issue with fitting. They're basically like, yeah, that's not going to fit that knife, and we don't make them for that knife, so sorry. So I guess I'm SOL. I just
now who's the company?
I'll tell you later.
Well, dude, I will reach out. I will put them on blast. I will use every bit.
No, because it's not there. I did the measurement. I didn't measure the height. That part is my fault. I just would have thought that emailing them and saying, hey, you know,
are they washers you need or bearings?
No, this is a pivot system.
Pivot system. Okay.
I would have thought that they would have been like, hey, sorry, those don't fit. You can send them back, whatever. But like, I mean, I got thumb studs and a pivot set that cost me $12 in shipping. You know, it's $50 total, and now they're not going to work.
And they're not willing to even give you, we're sorry it went that way. They're just like, you're on your own.
Pretty much. This
is fucked up. What's wrong with that picture?
I don't know what.
$30 a set.
They've always been more expensive.
Why? Because
they were always crazy expensive.
But they're not. I mean, even this little regular bearing is $28.
Yeah, those were always a lot more expensive.
Well, I know Skiff started making bearings for their knives, for his dad's knives, and then he kind of decided he could do more. $20, I think. What do Skiffs cost? I think they're less. I think they're
12, 14.
And then the washers are $8. They used to be. They may have gone up. I don't know anything. Do you know how to use this stuff, Kyle?
I didn't know they were selling those now.
These different templates that they sell for making?
Those are vice setups for like hand sanding. Those are cool.
Yeah, I mean, they do a lot of stuff like that, which looks like it's equipment they make.
I can't see what's the cost on those.
Oh, am I not sharing it?
Yeah, I just couldn't see the cost on the screen.
I'll tell you, they're anywhere from 90 to, they got up there. So $225 for the Master Lock Pro Upgrade Kit, which I don't know what that is. The Master Lock Pro Kit, which looks like something that would hold a blade, is $315.
It's not bad. Oh, $315. Never mind.
But I don't know what it does necessarily. It looks like it holds stuff for them to cut, maybe. If they've got. But for one thing, I know Skiff can make bearings any size. So if we go to Cage Bearings, $15, $13. I don't think they're
gone up a little bit. They used to be like, so they've gone up a little bit. They used to be like 12.
Yeah, and if you go to the fat washers, They are less than 10. And I'll tell you, if you have a J cape, not J cape, if you have a McNeese Mac 2, do yourself a favor. I'll buy them for you. I'll buy you the washers if you'll put them in there and check them out. I think all of these have.
I'm sorry to hear that, Knife Nut. That sucks.
Oh, dude, what did I miss?
Oh, he was just saying that. There.
Oh, dude, that does suck. You know, I had a really bad experience. Well, the most recent bad experience, and I hated it, and I didn't make a stink out of it because it was kind of with a friend. But I ordered some stroppy stuff where it was available, and I had to send 2 emails. And the guy that replied to the emails apologized both times that he had just forgotten. And that was, I can't imagine what other orders got forgotten, you know?
Hang on one second.
Paul, I put them in my Slim MIDI. I put skiffs in my Evo 3.0, and look at the compatibility chart because it's very helpful. Even if it doesn't make it drop more, what it's going to do is where you might have 13 balls and there'll be stainless in your Demco because they were all stainless in my Hinderers. These will be phosphorus, bronze, and ceramic. But where you, let's say you had hypothetically a 13 ball around the ceramic, or if you had double, you had X amount of balls. The skiffs will have more dense, the balls will be placed more closely together and you'll have more of them, which tells me as an English psychology guy who knows nothing about physics, that you're going to have less of a chance to have any kind of blade wobble because you've got more contact area between the blade and the bearings. I don't know if that's true or not.
He said balls.
Balls.
So speaking of stroppy stuff, I placed that order Friday and I received them today, Tuesday.
Did you order it from Gritomatic or where'd you find it?
Nope. Hapstone.
So you didn't order it from I'm not going to say the name of the knife company.
Because it was cheaper and they had it in stock and I knew the shipping would be good.
Yeah, and that's a good reason. Hapstone's great. I've always had great luck with Gritomatic shipping stuff quick. And nobody ships stuff quicker than TS Prof to me out of Nashville, out of their Nashville warehouse.
I had a problem with Gritomatic the last time I dealt with them. So I haven't really needed anything from them either. So I haven't ordered anything, but I had some shipping and some quality issues and then got ghosted. So,
oh, really? See, to me, that's what's so unacceptable. And all the business I've ever been in, it doesn't matter. You're going to have problems. Things are going to go wrong. But what you do is you treat it with empathy and you treat it to find a solution. You don't treat it to say, hey, I hate that happened. You know, they used to joke on the used car lot when I first got into sales. Once you drive it off a lot, if it breaks in half, you own both halves of it. Well, that's crazy because look how much business you lose there. You lose generations of business. To me, the customer is not always right, but it's easy to do the right thing. And I'll tell you who did the right thing. Knoll Knives is the only time I've ordered anything, knock on wood, and it didn't show up, was I ordered some Knoll Knives Voodoo camo carbon fiber scales like this right here to replace black ones that came on it. And after about 5 weeks, they didn't come. And I'd been communicating back and forth with Knoll. I also had to get a lock bar insert for this.
What color is the hardware on that?
Black on the pivot, black on the thumb studs, silver on the, which is weird, on the carbon fiber.
If you ever want a silver pivot, let me know.
Dude, I will. I may do that. I like it almost better with the black carbon fiber, but I just thought these were cool. And what's funny is Lord Needham traded me this knife. Oh, sweet.
Yeah, I had because see how it's blank on one side. I'd done the measurements, and this should fit one of the older knives I had, and I ordered it, and it was just barely too tight, and then I ended up selling that knife. So I never bothered like sanding it down to make it fit.
Because you
So
didn't have to, because you didn't have the knife anymore.
right. So now that, but I think I paid. He charged me too much for that, but I still have that around sitting. So if anyone's got a voodoo that needs a pivot.
So I was dealing with a similar situation with my first Grail, which was my 940 I ordered from KnifeWorks. It took like 8 weeks to get here, and they kept saying you're gonna have to wait 7 weeks before we can even claim it lost, and then we'll replace it. And I was like, cool, that seems like a long time to wait. Well, Knoll Knives, I reached out to them about 5 or 6 days because I tracked it and it hadn't moved in like 4 days. And I said, in my experience, if you guys call, maybe it helps them find it and it moves. And they called and nothing happened. And so I was just going to wait on it a couple of days. And they called me the next day and said, hey, John, I found another set of those camo carbon or those camo scales. I'm going to ship them to you. If you'll do me a favor, if the other set shows up, would you send them back? I was like, absolutely, I'd send them back. I don't need 2 sets of camo carbon scales. Well, the other set never showed up, but they made sure that I had the scales on my knife. Again, that's a small thing. It's not a lot, right? But if I would think I could find you a pivot from somewhere if you were a customer, right? Even if I have to go to an outside source.
The one thing is what people don't talk about. No matter what business you're in, someone is always going to have their side of the story, and they're always going to feel wronged by a company. It doesn't matter who it is, what you do. You're not 100% perfect.
Oh, true.
So there's always going to be a story out there about every company in some sense of whether they didn't like how something went down, whether they're right or wrong. It doesn't matter. It's how they feel. But
there's a simple, and you're exactly right, because if a company makes a customer very happy, they might tell their spouse and their best friend. If a company fucks you over or you feel that they fucked you over, you're going to tell everybody you know. So a lot of it's just when people get pissed, they get on their soapbox or go to social media.
And it can be exaggerated, and it could be that they're totally in the wrong, but
they feel that the customer's always right. There is no wrong if you're not the big company that should be able to just make it right. And that's not how big companies work.
Well, they should try to make it right, but it doesn't mean that they're going to.
Absolutely. Or at least show the empathy and
correct.
You cannot come up with a agreeable solution and still part as potential partners
Amicably. I mean, you want it to be where they understand where you're coming from, and you respect them and understand where they're coming from, but they're not going to get what they want.
And you understand that giving them the money back doesn't help them get the job or whatever the case is, but you're trying to do what, and then I'll even ask, what would you rather me do? And they'll say, well, we want you to cover it. Well, that can't, it's impossible for us to do that. It's just steal me his Slim Eddie. I hear you, Paul. Paul, if I ever let that go, which that's probably a forever knife, but I could be on the streets in a few months and that could all change. I know you like that knife. That it's probably, and it's got skiffs in it too. I didn't know that. I think that's the only Medford that's on bearings. But what's weird with Medfords and Hinders, and I guess it's because they use US stuff, is all their bearings are stainless steel rings with stainless steel balls in them. You don't see phosphorus bronze. And I'm talking about these knives. I haven't opened Alex's knife, but you don't see phosphorus bronze and ceramic. But this is an S90V.
Grab a drink. I'll be right back.
Okay. I kind of wish it was a Tanto, but not much. I've got it really tight right now. I don't think I'm going to let Richard take the US box, my US Grail box to his camper tonight to play with. Because this is where all the ones I carry most of currently. And still, I think my favorite Medford is the Infraction. Even though it's bigger and thicker and heavier, I just think it is sexy. My little hand, it fits perfectly in the choil. This one's just S35 VN with what they call the stars and bars pattern, which kind of looks like an airplane riveted panel. The clip on this, the clip on the Mini Marauder that I sold or traded for or traded, and then the Slim Mini, all three of the clips suck, but they have replacement clips they sell for $75. I forget what they look like because I ended up not buying it. I reached out to Casey Lynch and said, Casey, I'll send you my Hinders or my Medfords if you'll design a clip for them. Because I think there are 3 knives that you could design one clip that would they all work for. And he's like, John, I've got too many things going on right now. This is before the Sparrow 7 came out. But I need to reach back out to him on that because I think these clips, if you're like me and you're real cat-like and you'll catch yourself doing a couple of cartwheels to get out of a traffic situation or something, I feel like when I'm cartwheeling that this could come out of my pocket. It just doesn't seem to have the retention that I'd want. The M48 is on bearings. You're right, Robert. I don't even think about that knife. And I played with one a few years ago and didn't like it. That's the Patton knife, right? Or am I thinking of a different one? No, but when they're at McDonald's, they want the coffee spilled in their lap, please. Serve that coffee in my crotch, please. Guys, I'm telling y'all, it's not going to be long, but you're going to turn on YouTube and you're going to see me live at a weird time, and I'm going to do a 24-hour live stream. I may have to break it down into 2 12s, depending on how StreamYard lets me stream it, but it's going to be just a little silent member drive kind of thing. It's not going to be put out there as a member drive. I'll talk about it if people come to the live, just to see if people want to be channel members and tell them what I'm thinking about doing, adding for channel members. Jeffrey Lynch did not have clips for the 8010. When I had my 8010, I got it from, I want to say, Pops clips. No, that was my Demcos. Never mind. I'm wrong. I'm totally wrong. The Patton knife. You got one coming tomorrow? Dude, that's a beautiful knife. They feel great in the hand. I like his Main Street series. I think those are pretty cool knives for what they are. They're not my jam necessarily, but I think they've got a good place. I think he's trying to, stay profitable. Another thing, Richard Hopkins, not only is he a huge supporter of the channel, but me, I'm a pocket dropper fixed blade guy. Richard, on the other hand, is a appendix carry guy with straps. So he had a lot of deep concealment carry clips and some other clips that he brought me in a bag. And I've got so many fixed blades that don't have a way to carry them. I don't know if I showed y'all this one last week. This is the Big Idea Design Company. USA made lookout out of Chattanooga, Tennessee. Made right in Chattanooga, Tennessee, which is 45 minutes away from me. That rhymes. It is in Magna Cut. My car to handle is exactly 6 inches long. Thin and slicey. And it's got probably one of the coolest sheaths that I've seen, because if you follow Big Idea Design, they're kind of a Thai company. They make interesting things out of titanium. So this clip, Richard made a good point. It'd be hard to carry at Scout. You'd have to get really small screws. But you get a right-handed and a left-handed sheath, and then you get this steep carry titanium pocket clip that mounts right in the center of the sheath, which means it doesn't get in your way when you're using your thumb to get the knife out. It's right there in the center. And it rides very deep in your pocket. So it's riding much deeper than the sheath. The sheath's actually about a half an inch down into your pocket. But these little knives are like $234, and they also offer it. This is one of my older ones. This is before they were making them in the USA. They made the prototype. This was made in Taiwan, I think. And this M390 looks just the same. Doesn't have Magna Cut or made in the USA on it. But I think they're too even. Another little 6-inch knife. Same sheath system. But they're really cool. M48 on Blade HQ. Whatnot auction. I've got to learn about Whatnot auction, even though I'm not buying. At some, what's that? I'm looking for a way to sell stuff. I'm not looking to buy anything really. Yeah, just to maybe. I got to figure it. See, I'm so anti-social media right now. How many of you creators are on TikTok? I know most of the people in the YouTube creator group are all over TikTok. Gareth, have a great night, morning, day, my brother. I love you, dude. I always love seeing you here, and I hope your rest of your week goes awesome. Of course it is. You know why? If you're talking to me? Because it's on my head. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I like to look out, but in the sheath is perfect. They also just came out with, if the lookout's a little small for you, they just dropped the Signal, which is a 7.5 or 8-inch knife, but it's in Nitro V. Not that that's a bad thing. Look into Blade Binge. You know, I've looked into Blade Binge. I've bought 5 knives off Blade Binge, and every one of them, I messaged the seller. It worked out great. I bought an Lamia. I bought a Griffin Scout 2.5. I bought an Amsler Tools Hurricane. I bought a Tyconic, which is that little knife that looks kind of like a smaller Psyop from Vosti with a top liner lock, and a couple others. I also tried to sell on there. I had the stupidest knife purchase I ever made was a PMP Tianto. Let me show you what a PMP Tianto is. It cost me about $550. It was back when I had a job and I was rich. PMP Tianto. And it looked like a shovel. Y'all used to make fun of it. I put it on Blade HQ and had it down to $350 for a couple of weeks. I didn't get a bite on it. On eBay, they only had new ones at $550, right? That knife's huge, by the way, guys. It is a fucking monster. But anyway, it's 9.25 inches. So anyway, I said, finally, screw it. And I asked my buddy A to Z EDC, who sells a lot of stuff on eBay. I said, would you put it on eBay for me? And I made the stupid mistake of saying, yeah, I'm trying to get, say, 400 out of it, and you can keep anything else you get. And so the first thing he did was he did an eBay search. And he saw that the only ones listed on eBay right now were the brand new ones at $550. So he listed it, and within 48 hours, he sold it for $450 on eBay. Now, he's been doing eBay for 25 years, if however long eBay's been around. So he's got a very good seller rating. But Blade Binge is great in that they have a lot of knives. But I think this is just my observation, that knives are priced higher there because there's that seller's fee, and because people are trying to get the most out of their knives. Every now and then you see great deals on there's Richard.
Hey, Paul.
Say hi to Paul. Say hi to Brando. Knife Nut. Richard's going to be here for a while. We're waiting for the leaves to change on Montesano. Tomorrow morning, remind me, we're going to walk to the cemetery wall across the street so you can look up at the mountain. Because today, down here's part of the mountain. They look like they are starting to change. We'll take a peek. And I've had deer in the yard back there. I've had a wolf, the biggest wolf. But I can, if you get something like that messing with you, I don't mind just charging in the city limits. Because I've got.
What's up, buddy?
What's up, dude? Sorry, I was just talking to Richard. Say hi to Kyle, Richard.
Hey, Kyle.
What's up, buddy?
Doing good, brother. How are you?
I'm all right. A little frustrated today. I got a bunch of new studio equipment. I'm trying to work on lighting and stuff.
John's setup.
It's hack, isn't it? See how it kind of spidered into a different way? Guys, I've got let's see if I don't think my tape measure's long enough. but I've got a little table, a dining room table that when I got divorced, I didn't take anything from the house. I'm saying it's it's maybe 60 inches, maybe a little bit longer by maybe 48. And so I've got it split in half. So on one side of it, I've got my mic, my computer, my webcam, and then behind it, I've got a gun cleaning mat that looks like a flag that I do all my top downs on. So I'm pivoting lights, going back and forth. The good news is, Kyle, you'll get your studio set up. When you said you had new equipment, I didn't know if you were talking about grinding equipment or equipment.
No, it's for my
cameras and stuff.
Yeah, for photography. Not even for this. It's actual for pictures.
You're smarter than that stuff. Did you buy it from Amazon?
No.
Okay, but if you don't like it, you can probably get it replaced, right?
It's not that. It's just a matter of getting
learning
used
how
to
to
it.
use it.
Yeah, it's adding more to the possibilities of something going wrong. So it's just practicing.
Kyle, I'm going to show Richard you put your pictures that you take on your page, right? I know you send them out to the people.
I don't post that many. I need to post more, but I don't post a third of what I do or what I take pictures of.
This Hinderer, you took your Hinderer, right? That's your picture.
Yeah.
Your black and gold. Yeah. So how many pictures would you say you took before you laid that process on here? Like 100?
Less.
25?
Probably.
And then lays it all up in Photoshop. And see, those are things I look up to people who can do that.
No, that one wasn't even done in Photoshop. That one was the Hinderer picture. Was what I did was I had a beam overhead and I took a piece of wire and hung it from the lanyard from the pocket clip off of that. So it was floating. And then I used Lightroom and I just changed the background color and painted out that wire so you couldn't see it. That was done with one light.
Any flash on your camera or not?
Yeah, it was a flash light there. It was one flash, and that's it. There was no.
But it's so crisp. It looks so good. I'm sure you had to lower your ISO or whatever you call that. You had to. It wasn't an automatic setting that took that.
No. I shoot full manual, but that was just one light and no Photoshop. It was just Lightroom.
Let me find that picture of Richard's knife that you took. Even the pictures of your blades are so crisp, and that maybe the camera that you use. Because I was telling people, I use an iPhone for everything, except for my live streams. For my live streams, I use a webcam.
You can get.
Yeah. Let me see if I recognize him. Hold on. If y'all have seen him, I will wrench him.
That's not involved.
I haven't been watching the chat, guys. Hey, Bob Tism, I have seen you in here. Add as moderator. You're now safe.
You can get good pictures off your iPhone if you know what you're doing with it.
But see, that's the whole thing. And I've not only bought some of the apps that are raw apps and stuff that are rated really highly, but just now with the new iPhone camera, all the manual modes, I've tried them. I just can't get anything to come out to look good. It always, for me, because I'm so much of a hack, it always is better if I play with the light, the way I'm lighting the knife, and just use the auto.
Well, the light is 80% of a picture anyways.
Yeah, but man, where is that picture that you took of
Knife Nut?
Shane's page. It's on Shane's page. Hold on.
Knife Nut. You can do that. It's not a bad idea, but there are also some great free. I watched hours and hours and hours. I'm all self-taught, and I have a decent mentor who gives me some advice. But I actually, to go in and learn all the settings and stuff, do that myself. Look
at that picture.
It's all learned via internet.
That's your knife.
Yeah.
That's a knife Kyle took. So Kyle, how many exposures you do on this one? Because to me, that looks like walnut. I know it's not. I've held it.
How many pictures did I take of that knife to get that?
Yeah, so you've got it. You say you've got black plexiglass that you set it on?
Yeah, that is
And a black background.
I mean, roughly, that's less than 10 pictures to get that.
And Lightroom's different than Photoshop. Are they kind of the same? One's for like Mac and one's for PC. Huh?
Lightroom.
Kind of, they both would do the same thing if you knew how to use them.
Yeah.
Photoshop's more involved. You can do a lot more. And Photoshop has what they call Camera Raw, which is basically what Lightroom is. But I've got both on the Adobe suite. So I use Lightroom. It's more for touch-up work and simple stuff. If you want to go hardcore, you go into Photoshop.
What do you so that's why you would prefer each. If it was going to be hardcore, you go into Photoshop. Do you like one of the interfaces better? You took that picture too, right?
Which one? You're not sharing. I don't know.
Oh god dang, was I not sharing before?
No.
I wasn't. Man, I'm getting so bad at this live streaming stuff. I'm telling you guys, the writings on the wall, my YouTube days are just numbered. So you took that picture, right?
No.
Okay, you did not take that one. The one that I know you took that I was sharing earlier, or that I was showing Richard, was this one right here. And I know you took this one. That's why when I asked you how many, that one right there you took, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's just gorgeous. And what's cool about Shane's page is you can see these the ones we took to Blade Show that weren't quite ready for prime time. And luckily Shane, that's not it, convinced me to take it back and not show them. Because I was in we need to show them mode, thinking that you were going to be mad, Kyle.
I was. I'm glad he did the right thing.
No. I thought Shane did the right thing. I thought you were going to be mad because we didn't put him out there, because he had several that I felt like.
I would rather him wait until they were good.
That's old school, and that's at Blade Show. Notice what it doesn't have. It doesn't have that thumb ramp.
Yep.
And the scales were a lot deeper. But yeah, I think he did the right thing. I was just thinking, oh man, Kyle's going to think we just wasted time. But it was the right thing to do long term. But he had some thugs there that were good. And I think what he learned, and I'm not a maker, so I wouldn't know this, is he did meet a lot of really good people that were makers that gave him really good feedback. None of them were assholes. They were all just like, man, this is great. This is something you could do if you're having an issue with that. You know, just it was all positive. But I think he learned after seeing their stuff and after talking that he maybe felt like he wasn't ready, where I felt like he was. So I can understand how he would be much more, hey, Jim Cox. What doesn't make Kyle mad though? Kyle's a shiny, happy person.
Knife nut. The one that he was showing. No, that is a single picture. That's not a composite at all.
But the one the one of Richard's knife was a composite, right?
No, that's single exposure.
Really? This one too? Hold on, let me show you this. The Thug too? Hold on, let me show it right here.
Yeah.
So you just set up a light the way you wanted it. Looks like it's off to the right, maybe a little bit, kind of low, or you did that with your camera flash and just shot the shot.
No, that's actually that's right side pointing straight at 45 going
across the top of the blade.
Yeah. And the one on Richards was a bounce fill off the ceiling, single light.
So when you say bounce fill, you're literally bouncing the light off the ceiling to illuminate your shot.
Correct. That's why the top of the blade, you'll see the top of the blade got a better outline on it.
Look how pretty that is. Is that Stevie's? Look at that.
Yeah.
Or you're sitting down. You don't have to look at this. You see it on your chat, probably. You can probably see it on your chat. This Thug that I'm showing, I think Stevie's. Yeah, I think they're just outstanding. And the pictures are great. That was funny. 85.
Jim, I'm really mad, buddy. I'm opinionated, but I'm not mad.
One thing besides, and I told Richard, because he's going to meet him in person tomorrow. Let's show his picture while talking about him. Not only is Shane an American treasure, but Shane can make people feel like nobody I know. And I want you to look at the comments. You got to look at the comment sections. I mean,
oh yeah, they're great.
And I just think that he's just he's an American fucking treasure, dude. And as weird as he is, like with rabbits that keep showing up to him, but they do that because of his aura. That's why they show back up.
Speak of the devil.
Is he here?
What's up, buddy? Hope you're okay.
Dude, I hope you've been distracted in a good way. Richard just brought this over. Check this out. You might recognize this cop.
Yeah. Homestead.
The Homestead, you're right. I mean, that makes it cooler. Yeah. And it's like that old Jason Grant knife I showed you. You get something early on. I like Terry's strap. That is awesome. Did Shane make that sheath?
Yeah, that was one.
Not a bad sheath.
Oh, cut it down.
Yeah, it just needs to be trimmed down. I'm proud of you, Shane.
Like this one, I'm gonna share this.
But that Shane is a oh, dude, I'm sorry, man. Hang in there. Know we're here for you. Hopefully, you can come up and then get some escape time tomorrow.
Sorry, buddy.
Or the next day, yeah, whenever you get a chance. Hey, Shane, this is kind of funny. I don't know if you were here for this, but so Richard's wife, Carla, had gone back to the RV. You know that lot that's across the street from my house that the church has the overflow parking when you and Ryan came to get me? I've got that vacant lot. So I just suggested, well, you guys ought to just back up right there, you know? And he was like, man, it's perfect. I can level it up. Our solar panels are getting sun. So all looks good. They came in, they hung out for a while. Carla went out to lay down because I think she was starting to maybe get a headache or was just tired. And then she starts texting or calling Richard. She called you or texted you? Called you. The cops are here. So I walk out, dude. There were 4 cops.
Shane?
Fully lit up. There's Richard saying hey to Shane.
Brother.
And
can't wait to meet you.
And then there was a big church. They'd say, Carla said it was a church van. Because if I'd have gotten written permission, it would have been fine. But anyway, the cops were all very, very nice. But it was a pain in the ass. We had to move them over here to the yard. And Richard I told him, I said, look, I've got this hole over there that probably what do you think the diameter of that root ball was? 60 inches? No, it probably was 120 inches, that hole. I mean, because what has happened, it settled. You know, they ground the stump and it settled. Edgy, I hope so. If not, dude, we'll be here for a few days. And I'll wait for you to go out to Knives and More. I'm wearing my Knives and More shirt today, by the way. Where is it? There it is. And Knives and More is Tim, I don't know if he's going to be available this Friday or next Friday. I'm waiting because Tate Estes, who Shane and who Ryan met at Blade Show briefly, who works at Knives and More, I want him to come on here because they're a unique entity that they get very rare ginger cherry stuff. I mean, they get some of the coolest knives. My favorite knife store I've ever been in, but they don't have a website. They've got an Instagram, but they're not active on it. A lot of their customers, John, the older proprietor who has 80% of the store, deals in a lot of like new antique K-slip joints. He spends a lot of time at estate sales and he has a lot of that stuff. And his buyers who are dying out don't use the internet. It's his thought. I don't agree with that. But anyway, why I want Tate to be on here is I've been talking to him and I said, are y'all getting any sales? Because I had one video go really viral. And he goes, man, we get calls every day and we talk to people. We send them pictures of the knives and we ship them out. And I said, I think that's awesome. I knew y'all could do that. But I think if you came on a live stream and told people that, you know, if somebody's looking for, and I don't know why Zach hadn't gotten back. He hadn't probably seen my message because I was curious if he was familiar with that 941 tie. But if you're sitting there and you're thinking, I wonder if they have this Benchmade or this ProTech, call them and ask, you know, because them being a Benchmade Premier Plus dealer, they've got to carry at least a couple of SKUs of every knife that Benchmade makes new. But that means they've also got, I think they've got 3 or 4 Gold Series down there from years past, and they've got all kinds of cool stuff, really cool stuff. And I talked to them Monday. I'll just tell you, when I was taking that Benchmade back, about if you ever needed somebody to fill in a day or two, and they may need somebody to fill in for longer than that. So I may be a knife store guy before long, which would be weird. Because if you don't think I would use that to make content, because they've got down there now, they've got that old Lamech, they've got a bunch of Medfords, they've got.
If you start working there, you're going to be more intolerable than ever.
Why would you think that?
I was just joking.
I know you're joking, but do you think it's because I think I'd get more knowledge? I don't think I would. I think I'd be a sponge. But I would be there for one reason. Now, I'm not a shill on YouTube. I don't feel like it. I might be, but I might be in denial. But I am a salesman by heart. So if I was working at a knife store, I watch how they transact with customers, and they're able to. They sit back, they let people walk around. They say, "Can I help you?" Or they don't say, "Can I help you?" Sometimes they have to say, "Hey, can I ask you a question?" And they'll show them the knife, but they never ask them, "Do you like the knife?" Or they never ask them, "Okay, you're looking for a knife. What do you want the knife to do?" You know, simple things that can lead people down the saying closing yeses, little trial closes. So I would take everything I learned in the used car lots when I was out there fighting it like a lot lizard for 8 years. And I would go into a knife store where I know, based on what somebody needs it, or I can probably find them 3 or 4 choices in that store, knowing what they have. I think I could sell some shit. I don't know if you make money on commission. I don't know how it works. But what's amazing to me is they buy probably a fifth or a quarter of knives on a daily basis that they sell. They'll have people coming in there and they're appraising tool rolls, cases. I'll show you their Instagram. I don't want, they've had one forever. They just don't manage it. The only posts on here are, and I've told them I would do that for it. I do their Google My Business for them. Even before I talked about working there, because I want to keep my digital skills honed. I didn't spell it right.
I think I
would do it for free.
I think he's saying if you went on your channel and did a live just showing knives off, you'd probably sell a bunch.
Yeah, but there's so many weird things about the way knives and advertising and doing a live stream like what's his name? Witty does. That would probably be great. That's my freak. I traded that for no, that's the mini freak. That's not mine. But see, if you look at their post, I made this post, and this post was 71 weeks ago. Have you ever seen one of those? They had a second one that I took a video of. I've seen 2 of them that they've had in. That is a ProTech TR3. I think is that the TR3 frame lock? Yeah.
You're not sharing it.
Fuck. Man, I'm telling y'all, you're gonna see my Imler video while I'm leaving YouTube. It's coming.
That's what I was thinking, Richard.
Can you see that one there now?
Yeah.
Check it out. It's a simple frame lock. And they had one up there, but it sold right away. But if you look at their latest post, this post here was 99 weeks ago. I mean, they've got a page. They've got 137 followers, which I could help them with that. But they just have so much content that they're not taking advantage of. This is what, if you ever go, they've got racks of stuff like this. So that's just a collection of vintage cases that he bought, you know, and he'll categorize those, and some of them will have boxes. You'll see stuff like that people trade in. stuff like that. If you're a traditional guy, they're your place. If you want a cheap gas station knife, they've got those. If you want a big Tops machete, they've got those. If you want what I almost bought, and I'm glad I didn't, if you want a crossbow pistol, they've got that. If you want a cold steel blowgun, they've got that. But they don't have a very good social media presence for who they are. They're a much bigger company than they put off to be. And they might like it that way. I would think that you want to sell as much as you can because your turnover is good. There's a picture of a couple of Ariuses and something else from, I bet that's 138 weeks ago. So yeah, Tate's a young guy. So I need to talk to him and try to get him to do more or to give me the keys and let me do more. And that's their old store. They've got so much more space now. It's just it's a cool place, but it's just under promoted. But like John tells me, he goes, dude, I sell so many. We're it's crazy in here. We can't keep up, with less effort, without having to do the social media or the website. They're not hurting. He's been there since I think 88 or 89.
That's the truth right there.
Which one? Crossbow pistol would be very, very bad. The bug assault is actually sitting over there because I had a fly here earlier. I showed it to Richard, but I did one better. I did buy, because I'm so John Wick, I bought a little Glock BB gun, CO2 powered Glock BB. And I'm not going to go outside and shoot it, but I bought a little metal trap that traps BBs. And I set it in my living room, right? So I'm sitting on my couch and I've got my little trap over there and I've got it sitting on a couple of Amazon boxes. And I wore that thing out for probably 4 weeks till I got the little paddles to where they knocked all the way off. I need to get another, but yeah, I like shooting the flies the best, but I've got to wait till the Crossman Vigilantes come back in because my bug assault, I didn't know this. I'd been oiling up my cartridges, but salt is so corrosive that it's going to jack that thing up over time. It doesn't have a very long life expectancy. It leaks now. Ron Crow, what's up, brother? Good to see you. I'm glad you've been lurking.
What's up, Mr. Crow?
I have been, and guys, I kid you not, I've not hit the sheetrock. Let me get the target. Hold on. So I think Richard's been horrified. I know Carla was at my bachelor pad, but I haven't shown him yet my little. I'm kidding, dude. It's
oh, hang on, John. Hello, dear. Hopefully everything's okay.
Kathleen. We're thinking about you, girl. I want you to look at the back of it. That's where the babies have hit it. That's pretty good shooting, man.
How far away?
What? How far away? Richard, how far do you think it would be from where I sit to that doorway? 20 feet? 15, 20 feet with a CO2 powered BB gun, not a pellet gun.
What's the speed on those?
Huh?
What's the speed on those?
The FPS?
Yeah.
Let me go to Amazon. But anyway, my point is my other point was that the Crossman Vigilante, which is currently out of stock, also shoots those salt cartridges. And if you clean it like I should have cleaned my bug assault like you would anything else, you'd be much better off. So it was let me go to my orders.
I was wondering if it's over 400, that's not too bad.
I want to say it wasn't one of the expensive. I mean, some of these guns on here are pretty expensive. Not, and I'm not talking about, what do they call it? Not PCP, but the new air rifles use that compressed air.
PCP.
PCP. Those things are high, but this is
yeah, those are they get up in the range of actual real. You can actually go hunting with those.
Caliber. Yeah, they get 50 caliber and stuff like that. So this is showing you all my Amazon history. So I need to go further up. This.
Just search.
I'm just gonna go. I don't know what it's called. What do I do? Just BB gun?
Yeah.
See, Amazon's there. It is. Powered by 12 gram.
There you go. Bob found it. 410.
410?
Yep. It's not bad. Because if you start getting slower than that and you're at that distance, your spread's gonna get pretty wide.
And the bug assault, and it's the bug assault shredder. If y'all ever get a bug assault, Cole made the mistake of getting the bug assault pump because he thought it looked cooler. But it doesn't have nearly the power. You want the bug assault shredder, or ideally the Crosman Vigilante. I'll tell you why. Because it's CO2 powered, and instead of being, and you don't want the bug assault because it's too expensive. It's $124, and all the salt, it kind of rusted out my little CO2 thing here, but it shoots these little rings right here. It on the Crosman, the Vigilante, you put BBs in there or pellets, and it's the same mechanism. So when you are 6 feet, 7 yards away from a wasp or a fly and you shoot it, you're shooting that little pellet of salt at it. So it's very effective, where the pumps are kind of like you're just peeing in the wind or a screen door being blown around. But if you go Crosman Vigilante, I watched a lot of videos when I first got this.
The issue with those PCP ones, though, is the price on them. You're into the real territory of real stuff. I'd rather just buy a real one. There's no benefit.
Well, I think you can use them in areas where you can't use firearms. I think you can use them in the city limits, for example. I think you can use them if you've had a felony. I think there are a lot of reasons they can be. They're back in stock, by the way, guys. The Crosman Vigilante. Can y'all see that gun right there, the black one?
Well, the second one doesn't bother me, but the first one, I don't think that if your projectile's going that fast, I'm not sure that it makes much difference.
True. And I don't know, these probably aren't as fast. I don't know how.
No, I'm talking about the PCP, like the actual ones that are like, some of those rifles are $1,500.
Oh yeah, easy. I mean, some of them are more than that. Not to mention the compressor. If you want to buy one of those, I mean, you can buy the little for $250. You can get a foot pump that I think would probably just kill you. But that Crosman right there, if you can tell, it shoots the same bug assault cartridges, and it's a much better handgun. But it's got a metal barrel that you got to clean after you shoot it, because salt is very corrosive, which I've learned.
That's probably true. I don't think about the second reason, but the first reason doesn't really much bother me. But the ammo, yeah, that's cheaper. Depends on what you're plinking with too, though. You can do some reloading.
On like brass, I used to reload all my shotgun shells. I use those AA's because I used to do a lot of skeet shooting, and I was a big reloader, but I never reloaded brass.
I used to reload.
You press brass, right? You call it pressing.
Yeah, you got to die, and then you got to put in your cap, and then your powder, and then your projectile.
Yeah, I loaded thousands of shotgun shells, which is a little different process, but you're putting your powder in, you're putting your wad in. You know, it's the same type of machine that has a little pull down arm.
Right.
But yeah, I shoot now. If I was shooting for like survive, I wouldn't probably shoot with it. But when I go to the range, I bought, because it was cheaper than to keep buying 9mm. I bought a SIG 322. I had a SIG 365, which I still have, which is my daily carry. But I bought a 322, It's weighted a little different, but it shoots 22 caliber long rifle rounds, and it shoots them very reliably. And so much cheaper to shoot. Yeah, the ammo's a lot cheaper on the PCPs too. And I think they've got pistols. I think they've got some badass pistols. Let's go PCP. Keep talking, Kyle. Sorry.
The only downside that about plinking with 22 is just how dirty it is. You gotta make sure you're staying up on.
Oh, you got to clean it every time.
Well, you don't have to clean it, but you just got to make sure it's wet. You got to keep it lube.
See, that's like with me and knives. Anytime I got back from the range, I would always break my guns down and clean them.
Don't need to.
No, I know you don't.
Actually, you shouldn't.
Really? What's the bad side? Are you letting some of your stuff? I'm not saying break it all the way down. I'm saying if I had to take a barrel out to run my little snake through it, I'm cleaning my barrel. I'm cleaning the gunpowder away from it.
Modern setups don't need that. They just need lube. Then you can run them for 500, 600, 800 rounds without an issue.
Without even cleaning out your barrel, dude. I was always
correct. Yeah, because if you start going too much, then you have a chance of potentially scratching or damaging barrels, and it's just not worth it with the rifling. I know people that have got thousands on them without even running a patch.
Interesting. It looks like they only have one pistol, and that doesn't look like it'd be very much for more than target.
Sorry to hear that, Shane.
Uh-oh.
But hopefully you get some grub.
You got eating low, dude. I'm not going to tell you the story about the Pratt Avenue Waffle House, but I'll never go back there. And I love Waffle House. I do scrambled. I'm trying to think how I do my hash browns. I like them with hash browns, ham, jalapenos, and onions. What's that covered? What's that called?
I haven't been there.
They like scrambled covered chunked. I don't get them chunked as tomatoes. I'm just trying to think how I order them. And I get
chunked ham.
Yeah, I get the chunk because I get the ham, and I don't remember what the jalapenos are called. Because I'll get a big plate of those. I'll get 2 eggs over light and toast. I used to love Waffle House. It was one of my favorite places to go. And that really frou-frou girl who I dated for years, she loved it. I had one late night experience in there, and I was 100% sober. And I won't get into it, but I would not go to the Pratt Avenue in Huntsville, Alabama Waffle House. I'll never be able to again.
No problem, Brenda.
Good night, Robert. I'm glad you came in here, buddy, and thank you for the dono. I appreciate that, dude.
Bob, I was talking about
hey man, Waffle House will get you feeling good. Can you get biscuit gravy at Waffle House? You can. I think I would get it on the side. I think I'd get a biscuit instead of Yeah, I love biscuit gravy. Shen, I hope you get to fill up, dude.
The only way to do it is white sausage gravy.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go to Waffle House's menu and let's get Shane fired up, by God.
I haven't been there.
You do?
In probably 20 years.
Waffle House?
Yeah.
Well, so I can't keep it in. And Shane's not on Pratt. Shane, you're not at Pratt Street, are you? At that Waffle House? Buddy, call me after the live. But I was going to share this and give Shane something to look forward to if he's in line. And the Waffle House on Pratt does not look like that. And then I'll tell my story.
I'm spoiled. I have to have homemade biscuits and gravy.
I do not like the waffles. I don't need a waffle with my breakfast. I don't like to necessarily mix sweet and salty. I like the 2 eggs over light.
If I'm going for breakfast food, I'm going to Cracker Barrel.
Right, but you're not going to Cracker Barrel at 3 o'clock in the morning, are you?
No, but I'm not going to Waffle House at that time either.
But if you're starving or at 12:45, you're starving like Shane.
I'll go to Taco Bell or make better choices.
If you went to Taco Bell in Huntsville, dude, you would kick the drive-through window out because you would get there. You would have learned through Google that they're open. You'd call somebody and they'd go, yeah, man, we open. And you get there and they'd be closed. Believe me, this is somebody who's happened to a bunch. I've never had their steak or pork chops. I'm not seeing my 2 eggs over light. And where are my freaking hash browns? How do I order those? Lunch, dinner, breakfast, nutritionals. That's what I get right there. Except my hash browns have all the goodness on it. So I get the 2 pieces of toast, the 2 eggs, except I do them over light, which means you flip them again so they don't have those like they're looking at you. I'll always get bacon. I might even get a side of sausage depending on how hungry I am. But it looks like they're not doing the... Okay, so scattered and smothered is the cheese. I don't want that. I want the onions, which I think is the scattered. I never say smothered because that's a piece of American cheese and that looks horrible. Hash browns all the way. The biscuits and gravy are pretty good, but they've left out a lot here. Because again, I will go with onions. I will go with jalapenos.
That's just nasty, Bob.
Ham. And they're so good. All the way. What's that hat?
I don't want them fresh, yet alone from a freezer redone. That's nasty. They're called sliders for a reason. They slide in and slide out.
They don't remember that, do they? You go in there and get trespassed, though, with your luck. Hey, Shane, I got a driving award Monday. And you'll think this is funny because, you know, when you pull out of my driveway and you pass my neighbor's driveway, there's a stop sign there that they just put up. I did a rolling fucking ride through that motherfucker Monday when I was taking that Benchmade back. And I pulled over before the cop even turned on his lights because he was sitting on the street. And the old man neighbor had been complaining that people had been running that stop sign. And I told him my situation. He ended up giving me a ticket, which was fine. But when the good thing about Carla getting swatted tonight and getting surrounded by the cops when she was sleeping was one of the cops was really, really nice. And I told him, hey, y'all ought to sit over there one morning and watch that stop sign. He goes, why? I said, well, I got a driving award for rolling through it Monday morning. And one of the guys said, well, who gave you the ticket? I said, I didn't ask. I don't know, but I did run through the stop sign. He goes, are you going to court? I was like, yeah. He goes, you need to fight it. I'm like, what do you mean? He goes, fight it. And Richard was there. And then I even showed him where the stop sign was, how close it was to my house and how some overgrowth had covered it. And he said, take a picture of that. Take that to court. I said, but I know I ran the stop sign. You know, he goes, it doesn't matter. I mean, he was basically telling me, you go do your shit, bro. Covered in chunk kind of guy. The chunk's the ham. The covered. I'm a more of a, I don't like the cheese on there. Not at all. Hey, crystals. Have you ever had those, Richard Shirley?
It's the same thing. I mean, they're like the same company owns them.
Smothered. All right. I like the onions. Yeah, I like the onions. There's something with jalapenos peppered. Maybe they call it peppered. Maybe they call it. I love the microwavable White Castles. To me, a White Castle is very similar to a crystal.
They are the exact same.
I don't think I've had a crystal since I got sober, which was 10 years ago. I used to love, the greatest thing was eating the crystals at 3 o'clock in the morning. The worst thing was waking up wherever you crashed and getting in your car and just smelling it and having no memory of eating the crystals and looking in your back seat and seeing like 64 carcasses, the little boxes. When you had a car full of people just chowing down on crystals.
They, another good one for a late night is rallies, but unfortunately all the ones here are in the ghetto.
Did you not get affected by or I won't say the C word, but we don't have stuff open late anymore. I mean, after 1 o'clock,
most of it closed, or most of it hasn't. I shouldn't say not closed, but hasn't stayed open as late. But like my Taco Bell does. I mean, Taco Bell's open till I think 2 or 3 in the morning every night.
Do you use their app?
No.
I did download their app, and I'll tell you what I'm going to do next time, and I think it makes sense. Did you know that their drive-through window closes 30 minutes before inside?
Not here.
I don't think they let people sit inside. I think inside is strictly pickup now because I've never seen anybody sitting in the Huntsville Taco Bell. But what happens is you put the order in on your app. Cause I found this out when I put the order in on my app and I was at the drive-thru. He goes, you should have just pulled up. Your order's right. It would have been in here. I would have gotten it from somewhere else. And it was a rigmarole that I went on through the drive-thru. But yeah, that app worked for me. And I would just, if I knew they'd be open, pull up there and walk in. You can order your 2 Mexican pizzas, look at nice pictures of them on the app, get you even more fired up.
It's opposite here. So like the drive-thru is open significantly later than the inside.
Yeah, and the inside, like I say, Kyle, I don't know if it's just Alabama, but I swear the inside is not open for patrons. I believe that even most of the tables have the chairs on them, and they're like 4 or 5 people working in there, and all they do is they walk the food to you when you come in the door.
I haven't been inside of one, and I can't tell you the last time. I always just go to the drive-thru.
The drive-thru is definitely the way to do it, but they're not. I mean, I think my Huntsville, my local Taco Bell is slack, even though they're not on Pratt. It's as bad as the Waffle House. So I'm sitting there with Fran, and we're eating. My food just came. Her food just came. Everything was awesome. I started grubbing down, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw something. I thought, was that a water drop? What the fuck was that? Didn't pay any more attention to it. Kept eating. Dude, a roach had fallen out of the ceiling into my plate and cruised out of there when I got about halfway through with my food.
That's disgusting.
It was horrible. It was horrible. I mean, it you know how they have those white tile ceilings? Those they look like asbestos you put them in the frames.
Yeah, drop ceilings.
Drop ceilings. So one of them was turned just a little bit where that bastard, I think he dove purposefully into my scramble covered and smothered. But I didn't see him land. I just thought I saw something out of the corner of my eye. I might have been talking to her or something. I was like, what was that? And I was like, that was weird. Am I having a stroke? And kept eating. And then that little bastard just came walking off the plate. And I was like, oh my God, I'm never coming here again.
Yeah, that's nasty.
It was horrible. And it was not their fault. I mean, I guess it is to some extent.
You want to hear the nastiest one I've ever heard of? And this happened to my mom probably 15, 20 years ago. She went to get lunch at by her work, so she had to get something quick. So she went through Fazoli's and got back to her desk and was eating and got into the faucet and found a bloody Band-Aid.
Oh my God. Did she take it back and sue?
She called them, went ballistic, went and to doctors and got a hep shot and did screenings and all that stuff and made them pay for all that shit. And then thank God that nothing came out of that, but apparently it was in the person's glove and they took the glove off and it fell off in there. My God.
Did they offer any settlement? It's not my business, but it would seem like that's a huge liability for the company that was Fazoli's.
She didn't take legal action because she was too nice about it, but
dude, you don't know the control and the actual, I got to make myself not go to Walmart and just fall down and pull a box on top of me when I'm going down. I know a camera would catch me doing it.
See, we can't be like that, man.
I'm kidding. But when I used to be married, my ex and I were in there and we were in Walmart and somebody was stocking from the other aisle that we were walking down one aisle. They were stocking boxes and it wasn't like grills, but it was big boxes. And they pushed a big box over and it landed right on my wife, my ex. And I was like, holy shit. And I was like, are you all right? She's like, my neck kind of hurts. So I was like, well, we need to talk to somebody. That's bullshit. And she wouldn't even do it then either. She was like, no, I'm fine. I'm like, her dad worked at a Walmart in Arkansas in the optometry department and she felt guilty. And I was like, they just pushed a fucking box on you through negligence. I watched it. That's why I jumped out of the way and let you take the brunt of it.
I mean, there's a difference between sometimes there's accidents and sometimes there's things that are just beyond repair. But we had a buddy, was a colleague, his last name was Crapful, but so everyone had shortened his name. It was just called him Crappy. And he was at Kmart and slipped. They were mopping and didn't put a sign up, and he slipped and fell and ended up hurting his back pretty good. And he was a pro like me. So, and he was definitely like the Sue Happy type, right? Oh, dude, he went after them for everything, potential lost revenue from tournaments to like you name it. And so we just started calling it. We're just saying that Kmart's just going to be called Crappy Kmart's now.
Did he win, or did they lawyer up and beat him?
No, he did, because there was no sign there, and they had witnesses. So
the one that made me, I think they've got like two, Richard.
This was years ago, Richard.
Yeah, but I think there are a couple of Kmart's still in existence.
I thought they closed them all.
There's still a Sears. No, I think, let me Google it. I think there's still a Sears here.
This was,
but he didn't have a little parachute. He just had a little nice glide. He had a good little wing glide. He landed right in my hash browns. Let's see, Kmart.
Mick, that's another good reason not to go to Sizzler.
Kmart.com, baby.
I thought they closed down countrywide. I guess not.
Nope. Now, we used to go to Kmart. It was kind of like, I guess it was before Walmart. Walmart was just starting.
It was before.
I'm going to see if you can go to a location. Maybe it's just a website. Oh, deliver location is near 35801. Enter. Search. So I guess this is somewhere close to me. I don't know. I don't know why I pulled up waffle makers, and maybe that's all they sell now. But yeah, I think Walmart pretty well put a nix on that. And they have so much, not power, but the ability to think about it. They used to be open 24 hours a day. C came and they are now closed. They're open maybe 12 hours a day. But they're not hurting from that.
Yeah, they used to be.
That's scary. Because you know they're losing billions in sales. Because third shift workers, I mean, I'd go in there late night because I hated crowds. Not late, but like at 1 or 2 before I went to bed. Because I'm a night owl anyway. And it would be pretty crowded. You know, there'd be people in there shopping, and you could tell that they'd just gotten off of work. Their shift was late or whatever the case was. And now there's not that option. And the fact that that hasn't hurt them bottom line wise, to me, is kind of amazing.
Well, a lot of that comes down to people are shopping online too. And then when they start doing like deliveries and stuff, that if you order a decent amount, it's not that much.
Right. I would have shared with him if he wasn't a dirty little bastard. If he came down in a little condom and said, we could have hung out. I didn't have a problem with that. It wasn't that I was trying to be greedy. I just didn't want to share his whatever he'd been doing up in the attic.
Yeah, I don't remember, John. It's either $40 or $50, and they deliver for free. So like, you don't even have to go.
And you've seen the commercial with the drone dropping the package from Walmart, right?
Dude, the scariest thing ever is you see the prototype that they did out in San Francisco or LA. They had this. It was a blimp, and the bottom opened up, and like
a bunch of drones came out.
Like hundreds. It looked like a
swarm. They're calling them drone swarms.
Yeah, but I mean, it looked like bats flying everywhere. And then they're all going off, and then you just start seeing them zoom, flying back up in there. Like, and it's like, dude, that
and they had just delivered packages, or they just doing there?
Yeah.
What's wild to me is, I don't know if you've seen those pictures online about that Chinese submarine that looks like a big manta ray that allegedly can launch swarms of drones. And that's what happened out in New Jersey. They were testing it. China was. And we won't talk about it, but we're not going to talk politics. Let me show you this. Let's look at this. I don't use Walmart. Their website's not friendly. Amazon is so much easier. Why would you? And again, Bezos is a prick. I don't want to support him, but at the same time,
there's also the issue is like with Amazon now, it's so much bullshit and rip off.
Outside waiting on our Walmart drone. Ow, freaking extra. And here it comes. My son thought it was a plane. It is a rather large drone. It's about to stop and start lowering down. The Walmart that we ordered this from was maybe a 10-minute drive, and the time of ordering to time of delivery took maybe 10 to 15 minutes. So it is super quick.
It was a 15-minute
This is honestly
delivery.
just the epitome of laziness. But if you think about it, if I drove to Walmart, had to drive back, that's 20 minutes, and then the time in the store. So it does save a little bit of time, but you're not going to get a full grocery delivery with this. It's just for a couple of items like a drink, a snack, whatever. So here it is lowering down. The drone does not land, so you can't.
Isn't that pretty wild? I mean, it's scary, but it's wild. I think what's scary is not the Walmart drone delivery, because they're doing this all over. I'm sure Amazon will be doing it. What's scary to me is how drones are just changing the battlefield. I mean, I guess it's great that there's not people there, right? But
the thing about that though is, to me, if you're only using that for like she said, a snack, a drink, something small, that's just pure freaking laziness.
Waste.
That's pathetic. Like, I know people will disagree, but I think the same thing with like Uber Eats and all the DoorDash. I think that is the most lazy BS.
Unless you're sending it to a content creator, then it's okay.
No, it's not. It's even more disgusting. First of all, you're paying way more than the price actually is. Then you're paying the menu prices are more. Then you're paying delivery. Then you're paying tip. It is stupid as shit.
I think that's just not just the drones, but I guess you call the dogs, and the dogs will warn the other robots. I think all that stuff will become symbiotic, and we're going to be fucked. But in the meantime, what this homeboy's been doing is, when they say learn AI, I'm not learning how to program AI. I'm learning how to script the questions that I ask AI. First, I'm teaching ChatGPT to know who I am and about me. And you do that with several different scripts. And then I'm having it do a ton of shit for me. And then I go and I edit it so it doesn't look like it was written by AI. But you can get it to plan out the most productive week. You can tell them the things you need done in the week and have them spit out as much as you want them to. So it's a good thing right now. So that's why I'm riding the surfboard. But I know it's going to get ugly. I'm not crazy. I saw Terminator.
Yeah, if you look at what Boston Dynamics was doing a decade ago with their robotics and their dogs and their animated or automated stuff.
I just hope the robotic wives come first. And there's at least...
They're already out, buddy.
Yeah, but I don't want a Gen 1. I guess
beggars can be choosers, man.
That's true. That's true. But yeah, I think it's I think times are going to get wild. I think it's a cool thing. I mean, I think that to live through, whether it's kind of an interesting time to be alive. And I look at when I grew up, which was when I was a kid, it was the 70s. And God, times were so much different. I've seen so much different shit. I was the last, I think, group of people to not grow up with the internet. You know, I didn't have the internet till I was 20 years old.
We'd be way better. We'd be way better off without it.
I think so, Kyle. But like when I listen to people talk about how AI and some of these tools, Neuralink, which, like I said, I'm lining up for it because I'm not going to go senile like my dad. That's a pain in the ass. But if you can give more people access to information, the internet may be used to spread hate. But if you look in the right places, you can find, and who knows how it's censored. You know, Elon Musk says there's a 2% chance, 2 to 3% chance that we are not in a simulation.
Well, he's also very...
I know he's crazy. He was probably on ketamine when he said it. But my point is, shit's weird.
What I meant by that, Javon, not the access to information, but the complete brain rot that it has turned society into, and that the dependency of it.
Oh, yes.
The lack
and what
of...
it's done to people's self-esteem.
Lack of learning capabilities. It's... Ron.
But in truth, Kyle, if you sought knowledge, if you were a knowledge seeker, and you were a scholar on your own doing, you wanted to learn. The internet, there's not a better time in history to be able to learn and have access. If you want to learn physics, you can learn physics.
That's debatable, because if that's the case, then if you were that interested, you would seek out a professional or someone who has experience to be able to teach.
But what I'm saying is, you can be taught. I was taught all through school, and I was taught a bunch of bullshit from first grade through 12th grade. I know I was taught things that are absolutely 100% known without a doubt to have been false and a narrative that was fed to the school system. However, if I'm a naturally inquisitive kid and I've got access to the internet and I'm not doing it from a school where they can block websites, literally learn about something, I think the information's out there. I think there are papers on all of it, and there's never going to be the answer, but there's going to be supportive information to make you either feel more strongly about your position or question it more. In 50 years, Mick Ranger, I can remember, I think I was 10 years old when I got the Pong video game, maybe 8. I can't remember, the one where you just hit the ball back and forth on a black and white TV. I used to be the remote control for the TV when I was like 4.
Ron, that doesn't happen for me, so.
It's rotted people, Richard. Everybody, especially TikTok, because it's so short form, people have, everybody's consciousness has shrunk. And what I've noticed is someone who's used to sitting in boardrooms, sitting in large negotiations, giving presentations, is how the younger generation does not have the ability to connect like that in real time. They would much rather be on a WebEx. They would much rather hide on a WebEx. It's fine if that's how you like to do it. We used it all through the C word. I wouldn't have any problem running a business off of it now, but there's still a degree of leaning into a conversation that there's a whole generation of people who don't have, because they're used to doing it in FMOL or whatever, acronyms.
So by C word, you mean cover up?
Where did that come from?
Never mind.
No. Are you talking about me?
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to go past that one.
I'll tell you, dude. I watched a weird take from Joe Rogan on that horrible thing that happened to that debater guy. I'm trying to keep it vague, but have you been paying much attention to that? I'm sure you have.
Yeah, I'd rather not get into it.
We won't.
Where's that comment I was going to highlight? There.
I would give that up to go to the 70s and 80s today. Oh, sorry, dude. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Hit it back.
There. But Bob, the issue is that dude's full of shit, and he's a scam artist, so.
But we have to agree that Elon's an alien, and he probably built the simulation. So he's probably just giving us the 2% to make us not stare at his eyes while they cross.
Well, that's if you have. Yeah, there's different beliefs
I personally don't think we're in a simulation. I do wonder about ancient, because this is a rabbit hole I've been sunken into. It could all be fake, but ancient stuff in the pyramids, ancient stuff on caves, ancient stuff in biblical pictures that show UFOs. And I wonder if we were not put here by UFOs, and that's what we think of as, this is going to sound horrible and send me to hell, but I'll pray for it, that I'm wrong. But maybe we are the descendants of some much more advanced race that dropped us here in a petri dish. Or like we're their game of Sims. Who knows? I know they need to give me some freaking hit points. Not just keep hitting.
I'm doing a good job of self-censoring tonight.
You did, Kyle. I'm going to actually take a second to say I'm so proud of you for saying let's just not talk about that. It's a kinder, gentler Kyle. I don't know what's changed that, but I'm proud of you. I think everybody in the chat's proud of you too. I think some people are disappointed because when you spurg out, it's absolutely fucking brilliant.
But I often don't go deep into subjects. I just glaze over something, but I'd rather not.
I know, and
there's certain topics I'd rather not talk about.
What you could be able to do, which would probably be really effective, is just drop facts on where people can go find information, and then cross it, and you tell me what you find out. Make people do the work, because the people aren't going to do the work that are arguing it. They're just going to ignore it. But that's a good way to shut down, do a mic drop. Say, look, I'm not going to go there. Go read this link, and then check the bibliography. There are a bunch of other links that kind of talk about stuff.
The issue I have with that is you can lead a horse to water. I mean, there's too much of now today. People want or headline readers. They read a headline and think that's the truth, and that's all there is to it, and they don't read anything deeper into it or cross-reference.
But they should know more now that that headline is nothing more than a clickbait for your eyeballs.
It doesn't matter. People look at the general population. People are stupid.
That's a fact, Jack.
So the fact that they can get all their info quick, and they think they're knowledgeable. And
there's so many people that are brainwashed. My daughter, for one, my younger brother, who I've told you all about, who is by a mile smarter than me. I allegedly have an IQ that's higher because we've been tested all our lives. I got tested the last time for my ADHD stuff about 10 years ago, but he is an electrocardiophysiologist, works for a company that's owned in Israel, is 100%, lives on a fucking country club in Birmingham, and is convinced that everything my daughter believes, which is just, to me, fan fiction or hate fiction, is truth. Without a doubt, that we're fucked. And I think it's scary if you got that many people thinking that way.
Ignorance is bliss.
But it's not bliss. It's driving them crazy. Oh, you're saying we should play ignorant. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that
if they're ignorant, but they're not. They're wound up. I think.
No, I'm saying it's bliss in their mind as far as that is the only way you can possibly think.
But it's just, I mean, to me,
knife nut, absolutely. The new gen is definitely on the right path, at least as far as the males go.
And the scary thing is, and we won't talk about it, I know nothing about the history. I know he said some very insightful things, but I also know he was thought of as a very Pied Piper to a different way of thinking to young people. Young people identified with him, I heard.
Let's see. Palmer. Brian Ty makes cool knives. I don't care for his designs.
He made one of the first button locks because I had played with one of the CRKTs. Are you talking about he had a TIE Fighter, right?
The TIE Fighter, but yeah, so he's a custom maker, has been making custom knives for a long ass time. But
he makes a TIE Fighter that's custom too.
Oh yeah, that was one of his breakout knives. But
I'm going to sub to it right now, Kevin.
What's up, Kevin?
I'm sorry.
But I don't care for his design language, so therefore I've never been interested in his knives.
And that's part of what the video we were watching tonight talks about a little bit. It's kind of the greatest video I saw that I wish I was looking for things to talk about, to feel different ways. It was a thing that Professor EDC, do y'all remember him? And I wonder what's happening with Professor EDC now. He was a Spanish guy, and he would do one like sit and talk about philosophical things in Spanish on Sunday, and he'd also record one in America. He lives in Mexico. I haven't seen one of his videos in a very long time, but he did a video talking about knife designers, what makes a knife designer, what makes a great knife design. And he broke it down from a guy that lives in Mexico who has Shiros. He was a big Sinkovich fan. He was talking with such admiration about these knives that he'd always identified with as something he wanted. And then he started talking about the market, kind of like Edge Mindset did, about there's not soul in these new knives because they're coming so fast and furiously. They're not taking the time to do the actual design to make them special.
Yeah.
Is that true? I don't know. But it was food for thought. And for somebody like that, who's not even that, he was in the knife community. I'm going to see if I can find them in a second.
Brian, I agree. So that the principle of that, so like what AI does now is it just takes a collection database of points that have been published, combines those, mashes them into one, and makes a generalized answer.
Partially correct. You're partially correct.
It doesn't give you necessarily the correct answer. It gives you the most published answer.
You're partially correct, because it's really not going to give you a definitive answer. Now, it'll write things for you. What it does, and what I've learned, and I need to learn a lot more.
Using about it for actual like knowledge. I was saying, okay,
right.
What happened with this?
Let me tell you. Because I saved some on my phone prompts to use. So one of it says, I want you to explain to me like I am a third grader, and then it gives you the prompt to put in of what you're trying to learn, SEO for YouTube, whatever the case may be, brain surgery. I want you to explain it and hit on these 10 points. And then I want you to tell me what is the best path for me to achieve. I mean, there's so much you can do if you prompt the machine. And it's not just one machine. ChatGPT is kind of the hub to everything, but there are things that do specialty stuff. I think a lot of that's for pay, but I've started using ChatGPT. I used to use it just to write emails, and I'd use it without using prompts. But since I started subscribing to these prompt pages, and all a prompt is a way to communicate with ChatGPT. There are people that sit there and get therapy from ChatGPT.
I think that is, no offense, but I think that's pretty naive. I don't think.
Let's test now.
It's a trustworthy resource. It's because it's not a resource.
So let's check this. It's not an actual resource, and they say that it is controlled by certain things. But I want you, real quickly before we go, to pose it a question. Anything you can ask it, anything, or you can tell it to think about something, do deep research about something, study something, do a web search. We're not wanting to web search, but think of something that's not too controversial. But like, say, let's do this with the current political climate. We'll get political here.
I'd rather not.
All right. So what do you want to ask it? Ask it a question, bitch. Be quick.
Don't start.
I'm kidding. That was joking. Can you tell that was my joking voice?
I would say do something simple like
well, you don't want it to be able to just generate an answer that you.
No, I was going to say something that about.
And give it a couple of points to do afterwards, like not just give you one answer, but tell you how to then expand on that.
Ask what is a better hard use steel? 14C.
Hard use steel for knife making? Or just hard use steel? Because you got to tell this thing like
hard use steel in knives.
In knives.
14C 28N.
And then we're going to go for, is this an and or?
Yes.
14C 28N.
Or S90V.
S90V.
And Y.
And Y. Now let's get it to even break that down. Let's go. Give me,
Awesome.
Please, I'm about to. Please list, I saw it coming off the corner of my eye. Please list 4 reasons you came to this conclusion. How about that? Just see what it does with that. And I'll change the spelling, and then I'll give my man hugs.
Yeah, then I got to get going. It's 2:20.
I know, we're about to go, dude. I'm sorry for keeping you so late. But I just found this, and again, you always have to go in and edit it. Never just go with it, right? And it does it super freaking fast. And it writes good songs, too. All right, so this is what it just created for us. I'm going to copy it and email it to you. You want me to do that so you can study it instead of me reading through all of it? Between 14C 28N Sandovic and CPM S90V Crucible for a hard use, quotes, knife steel, S90V is generally the better choice in many respects, but better depends on what you mean by hard use, e.g. abuse, chopping, scraping, humidity, corrosion, etc. Below are 4 reasons I lean towards S90V for hard use, and also some trade-offs. And here are the key comparisons. See, I mean, it's
Yeah, but that's complete bullshit. So
what's bullshit about it? Okay, so here's
there's no hard use in S90V other than edge retention, and that's not hard use. That just means actual edge retention.
all right, let's see what he says. Edge retention, the comparisons. S90V has a very high volume of vanadium. By contrast, so we know edge retention is better. Hardness potential. S90V can be hardened to a high hardness, typical in the 57 to 61 HRC range, with superior carbide structure due to powder metallurgy. Is that not true?
No, because optimal for S90 is 62 to 64. So,
all right, for hardness potential. This is for hardness potential.
Okay, even if you did it at 60. 14C, you can take the 60 instead, and it's going to be way harder than S90V.
It says 14C has a recommended hardness range of approximately 55 to 62, but pushing hardness higher often comes with a greater brittleness. Also, achieving the upper part of that range depends heavily on the heat treatment and blade geometry.
14C at 62 is going to be 2.5 to 3 times tougher than S90V at 58.
So what's great about this, Kyle, because I am going to send you this, the way you're questioning that, which I think is brilliant, you can question ChatGPT. So when you read something out, you can put the little mic thing on, you can say blah, 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 blah. And then you can say, ChatGPT, I do not agree because this is bullshit, blah, 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 blah. And then ChatGPT will say, that's a good point. But really, your question was, and it really depends on how the question was posed, but it is probably wrong. I don't know where it gets it. I'm sure it gets it from not Laren sources. It gets it from the Crucible sources and the Sandvik sources, how they rate it. But who knows?
Give your 2 guys a man hugs, but before that,
I gotta find my man hugs. All right.
I'm gonna start a chat, Kyle, for knives information.
Kevin Smith and knives, was he the first one? All right, thank you guys. I apologize. I was ChatGPT, and I don't think I proved my point because Kyle was typing in all caps, which means it doesn't matter if he was right or wrong. He was just he sells it. He sold it to me because he knows I can't dispute it without ChatGPT. A double because I was late. You see what's next? What's next? What I miss? It knocked me down. Paul Mills, 26 months, dude. You guys are just too much. I appreciate you. I love you all. I'm glad y'all come hang out at the lives. That's the coolest thing. Even though we don't talk about much. Well, I think we do. I think Kyle brings a lot of knife knowledge. Guys, thank you all. Kyle, thank you, though. I'm serious when I say you bring a ton of knowledge. I love it when Shane's here. I just like getting different perspectives because I use these opportunities to learn, right? There might be a day I come up with a scheduled type of show that has things that we talk about, and I'll still try to have guests on that are interesting. But I just appreciate y'all engaging, and I appreciate Kyle being so willing to share his knowledge. Even if it's wrong, because ChatGPT is also a good place to get that knowledge.
I'm shutting this thing down.
I'm kidding. Hey, guys, look out for the guy or gal to your left. Look out for the guy or gal to your right. Look out for each other. Go forward with love in your heart. And always, if you can, remember, debate, not hate. Peace.
Late night, patty whack, give a dog a bone, grab a snack, sit right back and never be alone. It's